and start today's first session. We would like to invite Professor Baljinder Singh, President at Society of Nuclear Medicine, Chandigarh, and Dr. Ashubhan Tiku, Assistant Professor, School of Life Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, to chair the session. Dr. Baljinder Singh is Professor and Acting Head at Department of Nuclear Medicine. He is in charge academics at Post-Graduation Institute of Medical Education and Research, Chandigarh. He has been immediate past president at Society of Nuclear Medicine. He has been former dean of Indian College of Nuclear Medicine. He has his research interest in nuclear chemistry, radiochemistry, radiology, nuclear medicine, PET imaging, SPECT, and molecular imaging. Dr. Ashubhan Tiku is an assistant professor at School of Life Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University. She has been DST Young Scientist at School of Life Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University. She has her research interest in radiation and cancer therapeutics. We would request the chairpersons to take hold of the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And at the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Bheva Tandon for having me invited for this great meeting. So today we begin with the first session of the day 5 of this great meeting under GIAN. So this is a very nice word, GIAN, actually. So global initiative networks. So
academic networks.
Academic networks. So I was not aware of this scheme. I think this is being done under the banner of DST or something. So,
no, sir, it is MHRD, Government of
MHRD.
India. Yeah. Government of India.
Yeah, so it is a very great initiative by Madam Bheva Tandon to have this kind of integrated meetings actually. So, if I knew about it, I would have asked my students also to participate in this meeting. But I have already
they can even participate now also.
Yeah, I've shared the link. I think my PhD student Kirti is going to distribute it around amongst the various students. So thank you very much, ma'am, for giving me this great opportunity to interact with you guys. So, and today we begin with the first lecture of this talk titled as Inspection by Dr. R. Mahalingam. So I hand over the dais to Dr. Mahalingam to proceed with his innovative talk.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Thank you very much for the introduction. And I already had one presentation. Had given one presentation on the day 1 on ionizing and non-ionizing radiation.
Sir, I didn't have your CV to elaborate, but maybe that.
Yeah, I can tell you. Yeah, I can tell you about me in the other way around. See, basically, I am a medical physicist. Initially, I worked at Oswal Cancer Institute for a short period with Dr. Ashok Goyal, Dr. Arvind Verma. Yeah, you must be knowing that.
Yeah, he's a very close friend.
Yeah. So in 1991 I was there in the nuclear medicine. Then I shifted to radiation therapy physics to Gujarat Cancer and Research Institute, Ahmedabad. I stayed there for 10 years. Then joined a company called Electa. Electa is a radiation oncology manufacturer, the linear oscillator. During that period, we had been talking to Dr. S.C. Sharma, now Dr. Kapoor and all those.
Oh yeah, they're all friends.
Yeah.
You're one of us. So.
Yeah, correct. So that is my background. Now I am doing medical physics consultancy, getting clearances for radiation therapy facility approvals and RT projects also. As it happens, I do that. And I was introduced by Dr. G.K. Rath to this JNU GIAN course, and Madam was happy to have me here, with the two lectures. Okay, this is my brief.
Yeah. So you proceed with your talk, please.
Yeah, I'm just starting my
sharing.
Yeah. I'm not able to see that. It's hidden inside. Just a minute. It's not becoming big. It's hidden behind. Okay, I got it.
Dr. Mahalingam, you can make it full screen. Yeah, now it is fine.
Yeah, basically, see, I already spoke about myself, and I'm extremely thankful to Dr. G.K. Rath and Dr. Eva Tandon, as well as all the people involved in this GIAN course. My topic today is radiation safety and protection. It's not. Yes. So basically, on day one, we had been discussing extremely about ionizing and non-ionizing radiation. As we go on the lower side of spectrum in the wavelength side, in the frequency side, we have type of radiation like power lines, AM radio, FM radio, microwaves, etc. When we go for high energy side, we have X-rays, radiation, cosmic being one of the highest energy, because the energy coming from external orbits and sun and etc., which is millions of kilometers away, they are able to reach us. So the kind of energy it must be carrying, that is the reason the energy is very, very, very high. But when it reaches us, it may be very less. Coming to the radiation safety, why radiation safety is too important. The radiation, any safety means if when you, in any walk of life, if you see the safety, when there is a big accidents which happens and if there is a death or something, that then people become very serious. So in radiation, there were lots of accidents. I just mentioned few accidents here. Lots of accidents where people were suffering, as well as people were dying due to radiation exposures. So therefore, establishment of standard operating procedures towards safe use of radiation was established because of that, and it is used both in industrial and medical uses. So everywhere, if it was not affecting the people, there would not have been many safety officers all over the world. So there were. This is the important this thing. So this triggered employment, research, education, everything. So that is one of the reasons why we are here. Then accidents resulted in 74, 76, 2 years continuously. There was a wrong decay curve applied using cobalt treatment, cobalt 60 treatment, in which 426 patients were affected. So that is one of the incident happened in USA. Coming to the accelerator problem, there were multiple accidents in this thing. One of them I'm just telling about. Here, old software was installed on a new LINAC, and there was a software error. Then, due to this, there was accidental exposure of radiation, and 3 people died in this accident. In Mayapuri, that was just in 2010, there was a gamma cell radiator, 220 research radiator was decommissioned and disposed in an open market by auction. So the vendor who took it cut that into pieces, and the shining cobalt they were possessing in their pockets and given to their kids and everybody. They were going around. 6 individuals were, including owner, were in the hospital, and 2 individuals were critical conditions. There was 1 death also. So 1 fatality, 7 injuries. So it was reported to AERB. Dr. G.K. Rath was the chairman of the committee, and they wrote to all the universities about this incident, and they tried to recover all the gamma irradiators used in all the universities. Radiation emergency and management. Radiation leakage, transport of radioactive materials, radiation hazard evaluation. This is the title on which I am going to talk. Talking about the leakage, anything leakage, you know the common definition for leakage. If there is a container, there is a small hole, it can leak. In case of radiation, if this shielding is inadequate, radiation can come out, because radiation penetrates through the shielding objects, and it can create leakage. There can be in a full shielding, there may be a small soft spot, and that can provide some unwanted higher radiation to the people working around it or to the general public. So this leakage, if leakage is higher than the permission limit, that is called leakage. And this is the dose limits prescribed for by the competent authority. Whole body dose for occupational worker 20 millisievert, over 5 consecutive years. In a given year, 1 year, you can have 30 millisievert. A little more dose is allowed, but the rest of the year it should be compensated. For the general public, it is 1/10 of 1 millisievert, and trainees or the students can get the 6 millisievert. And for specific parts like lens of eyes and this thing, there is also some discussion is done. Need for safety during transport of radioactive material. See, basically, any radiation material, active material, is manufactured by and large, other than the cyclotron, where PET-based cyclotron, FDG, etc. Majority of the radioisotopes are manufactured outside in the industry and maybe sometimes from abroad, and transported through various means, wherein it's like by air or by road, or so it crosses all public area, and of course it is the radiation user department. So here you need to take care of the this thing, transported from origin to processing units, then to manufacturing facilities to user, eventually to store until the use, and of course finally you dispose it. So until that time you need to keep this radiation activity with you, this up to the disposal site. So now radiation active material are for all the transport activity. A lot of processes are established by UN. It is for the dangerous goods transport. It is classified as class 7 for transport purpose. If there is a mention of 7, it means radiation activity, radioisotopes are transported through that container. Then talk about radiation safety packages for radioactive material. So IAEA and AERB are the regulators for the transport of radiation activity. So they take care of person, property, and environment. Hazard of radioactive material, safety functions of packaging, radiation type, alpha, beta, gamma, etc., shielding. They take care of all these things when they give permission to transport the radioactive material. Radiation material packaging. So they have a specific type of radiation packaging. And after packing is done, there will be a radioactive symbol is fixed onto the package. And for local transport, this will be within the radiotherapy department. There will be a temporary safety container under which the radiation material is transported within the department. So the major radioactive packaging is done for the transport of radioactive material from manufactured to radiotherapy center. Then after the use, from radiotherapy center to the manufacturer or Brit Lake organization for disposal. Type of packages as defined by IAEA transport regulations, accepted package. Here in this kind of package has very, very low radiation activity like RIA, radio immunoassay kits. So they don't need any test criteria. So test criteria means for any packaging, there will be a lot of tests. It will have to undergo a lot of testing like drop test, etc., etc. Those things are not required in this accepted packages. Type A package used for transporting special form of low activity radioactive material like molybdenum. Here, all the package goes through the test criteria, but you don't need huge shielding. Type BU package is a unique approval. A single authority approval, unilateral approval needed here, but high activity, so kilocurie activity is being transported in these packages. Type BM package, source like kilocurie, similar this thing, but there will be multiple approval, multiple agency approval. For example, the sources coming from out of the country, there will be approval from that country, this country. So there will be multiple agencies involved in getting the clearances. Type C package, that transport of NDT sources with industrial applications. So these are the industrial related radioactive material transport. Coming to the transport index, see any packages, radioactive packages need to have some color coding or this thing. Here, transport index 0 means there will be a sticker with white package, white sticker with category 1. So it's a low isotope transport. When it is 0 to 1, the number 0 to 1 is a yellow package, yellow 2 package, category is 2, yellow 2. So sticker will be in yellow color. The numbering will be 2 in that sticker. 1 to 10, the number 1 to 10, transport index 1 to 10, yellow package with the number 3. Greater than 10, exclusive use, it's more of industrial use radiation transport packages. Here, yellow with this thing, but exclusive use packages. So this is, and for everything, the surface side, surface level dose, what should be the maximum permissible, and 1 meter distance, what is permissible. These are all mentioned as per the sticker. So for a radiation safety officer, the sticker itself, he understands that this is the kind of within this limit, the package has a surface radiation or radiation at 1 meter. So that is automatically known. So this is what I told about. Your number 7, the dangerous goods transport, the sticker will have a number like 7 here. And white packages with the number 1. So this is for low activity. Category white plus white 1 and category yellow with 2 and 7 is also there. Here contents and activity will be mentioned by the radiation safety officer who is available at the point of packaging this system, this radioactive material. and this is radioactivity 3 and 7. So this is and fissile material. This is used for nuclear fissile material related packaging. This label. So this is the labeling of the this thing. We talked about the test conditions need to be followed by the radioactive packaging. So here free drop test will be done. The package without radiation inside will be tested by dropping at 30 feet height on an unyielding target. That means there will be a rock-like place where that will not break. So if that will create a dent on this packaging, then it will not be used for. So the reinforcing of the packaging will be done if there is a dent or breakage. So crush test, there will be they will be dropping at 1100 pound steel plate from 30 feet again, and in that there will not be any dent in this. So that is again dropping a package of 40 inches onto a welded 6-inch diameter steel spike. So there will be the steel spike that should not pierce the container. So puncture test will be done. Fire test, the same package will be held 40 inches above the burning fuel for 30 minutes, and there will not be any melting of the packaging. So that fire test will be done. And immerse test, the same container will be immersed under 3 feet of water for 8 hours. There should not be any water leakage or humidity coming into the packaging. So this every time this 4 tests will be done, and the 5th one, that is serial testing to be done by for all the packages. But for immersion, it can be a reuse package also that they can do for reused items also. Commonly used key definitions in transport of radioactive material. Consignment is the radioactive material package. So consignment means the radioactive material packages, and consigner means the person who is going to send the radioactive material package for transport. It can be any like by air or by ship or for anything. Consignee is the buyer. So this is the terminology used in this area. Okay, so again, documentation, what the transporter will carry is the trump card, the transport emergency card. So if there is an emergency occurs on the way, there is an accident for the vehicle involving the transport of radiation activity, radioactive parcel, they need to have emergency management procedure, relevant address, phone numbers, etc. for communication. Instruction to carrier do's and don'ts will be already in the instruction to the carrier. So these drivers are also, drivers and attendants also will need to have some basic understanding of radiation. What do's and don'ts need to be understood by the transporter, driver, everybody. Disposal of brachytherapy. So this is in this case for other radiotherapy uses, it can be like for use you need to transport the radioactive material, and after use it is sent back as a decayed sources sent back for disposal. But in some cases, if it is an open source, you may have to dilute and disperse. So if there is a liquid radioactivity, you can dilute. If the activity is very low, then you can dilute and disperse that into the open main sieve. Delay and decay, any solid waste like linen, syringe, that we use a method called delay and decay and then dispose it. So it will be 8 decays, 8 half-life decays. We will wait and then dispose. Concentrate and contain method for high activity radiation sources like iridium 192 or cesium 137 cobalt disposal. Concentrate and contain. So we try to concentrate, means unwanted substance we don't allow to have heap together with the radiation activity. Just take the radioactive material, decayed ones, and concentrate and contain. So there will be, these isotopes will be practically sent back to the disposal departments of BRC, and they do this process called concentrate and condense. It can be a concrete container. They may make a deep pit and put that all those decayed sources and close it. For permanent implants, work out with the patient. So there are some permanent, we use radiation for permanent implants also. There we allow the patient to work out with the radioactivity inside, but they all ask the patient to stay with the hospital for 2 or 3 days until it becomes permissible to be in the common place. But at home also they are asked to be in isolation. For thyroid treatment, this thing, you can iodine 131, 8.01 day off life. So here we ask the patient to wait for some more 2-3 days, and then we allow the patient to go when the activity is within the limit. For temporary implant sources, the disposal depends on activity and off-life. So the activity and off-life dependent, we discharge the patient based on these activities. Radiation hazard and evaluation. So radiation hazard evaluation and occur which sites. Wherever we use radiation activity, there can be hazard around the radiation activity. So it can be at the reactors, it can be in radiotherapy department, either teletherapy or brachy, radiopharmaceutical use area. It will be like RA kits that can have a trace quantity, but still you may have, if there is an spillage, then you need to wash with the profuse water. Nuclear medicine, there can be some hazard related thing. X-rays, irradiation facilities, transportation, orphaned sources, scrap, melting of metals, acts of terror, war, etc. So these are the places where radiation hazard can exist. Coming to the systematic radiation accidents where the equipment is involved, so that can affect all the patients who undergo treatment when the equipment is under problem. So that it can affect many patients, but sometimes it can be affecting only the individual patients. So events relating to the individual patient only. So if a given patient or some radiation personnel, working personnel, stays in the radiation area for long, it can affect only the person involved. Coming to potential for an accident in radiotherapy, since there is a complex process involved in radiotherapy prescription to deliver, number of steps are involved, a number of professionals are involved, several treatment sessions with many variable parameters. Technologists treat a number of patients like 50 to 80. Sometimes in India, it can go to 100 and 120 patients they treat also, but maybe in 2 shifts. So one technician may treat about 50, 60 patients. But a small center, one technician can treat up to 80 patients as well. So these many due to tiredness, some wrong immobilization device they may use. So there can be accident possibilities in many ways. Due to complexity of equipment, techniques, procedures, considerable scope of errors and mistakes can happen. So that this thing can happen in radiotherapy facility. Accidents, possibilities, possible error in treatment planning. If planning algorithm goes wrong, it can happen. Possible error in calibration. So calibration, wrong calibration due to calibration error of the chamber or the way the placement, the technical error by the person applying the calibration. Incorrect dose calculation. So dose calculation, wrong formula, wrong data use, nuclear medicine spillage, etc. Accidents in brachytherapy, diagnostic radiology. In any places, this can happen. Coming to the unsealed source related internal exposure, it can happen due to ingestion, eating or drinking of radioactivity. Even when in the food, we know that carbon-14 isotopes get into your body through food and drinks. Inhalation, breathing. So breathing, it is important to be, you need to be aware, but generally this kind of activity, the personnel using open sources have a clear understanding of the thing. So they work inside a fume hood. So all the evaporation, vapor of the radiation activity will be going through the fume hood and it will be thrown out into the open at least 3 meters above the highest building nearby radiation therapy area. Absorption through the skin. So if there is a drop of radiation activity on your skin, hand or anywhere, that can also be that can cause insult. So if that kind of thing happens, you need to wash with the profuse use of water. So injection, sometimes injection, we ourselves inject with the technetium for gamma scan if there is an over injection. So this also can create internal exposure. Even for medical purpose, if you inject, that will not go only to the required side, it can go to any other area also. So how radiation hazard compares with other occupational hazards? So if you see this, you will be happy to be in a radiation therapy center, so radiation use departments. See, if you see motor vehicle, the risk in a year, 1 in 4,000 meet with an accident. In fire accident, 25,000 accidents happen. If because it is in every home you are using fire for cooking, so the incidence number is much more. So accident happens in air travel also. 1 lakh, 1 in 1 lakh. So 1 in 1 lakh may get into an accident in air travel. Electrocution, 1 in 1,60,000 get into electrocution related. Lightning, 1 in 20 lakhs or 2 million. So that many. And here, in case of radiation therapy incidents or accidents, 1 in 5 into 10 power 9. That is very, very less possibility, because as we already told, standard operating procedures, after we came across a lot of accidents with life risk or lifetime impairments, radiation is one of the very nicely guarded this thing as far as radiation use is concerned, whether it is industry or this thing. Without a radiation safety officer, no radiation can be used. Of course, it depends on the amount of radiation activity. So type 3 or radiation safety officer or a simple technician given with a small certification with 1 week course. This all depends on the kind of activity he will be handling. So that kind of training will be there. So for safe use of radiation activity. Practice versus average annual dose. So industrial radiography, 0.9 millisievert. Nucleonic gases 0.13. Gamma radiates no significant, so it is well protected. This thing. Teletherapy 0.55 millisievert. So it's 20 millisievert versus 0.55. It's very, very, very limited. So it is very safe to be in radiotherapy or nuclear medicine or anything, because it's already having a very clear-cut radiation safety protocol to take care of your good being. Control of radiation hazard. Control of radiation hazard, the main aim is prevention of deterministic effect, limitation of stochastic effect. So regulatory bodies working on this area is International Commission for Radiation Protection, ICRP, National Council for Radiation Protection, NCRP, and AERB in India, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board. So these are the agencies which take care of radiation safety and all. They govern all the activities related to radiotherapy use. Radiation isotope use. Early radiotherapy scenario, less safety and more safety protocols. So old equipments, when say 50, 60 years back, the equipment did not have sufficient safety protocols. So people had to, after seeing all the accidents, people had to make their own safety by standard operating procedures, adapting them. So, but recent days, there are more embedded radiation safety in the equipment itself. So the equipments don't be very hazardous to the person using the equipment or the patient or anybody or a common public. So this is, the embedded safeties are very nicely done based on the various radiation safety organizations, like what we told just now, like all those radiation protection organizations. Principle of radiation protection or control, justification whether the radiation, given radiation therapy application outweighs the risk involved in application of radiation. So a patient goes to a radiotherapy doctor, he will advise radiation therapy only if the patient is going to benefit out of the radiation and the risk from the radiation is not too much compared to the benefit. That is the only basis on which he will administer radiation therapy or nuclear medicine or anything. So that is, these are all the education given to all the radiation professionals. Optimization, ALARA principle, as low as reasonably achievable. So if there is a radiation source around, you need to keep away from this radiation, this thing. So time distance shielding, that concept you need to follow to, so as to achieve ALARA as low as reasonably achievable. Dose limits, so the dose limits specified should never be exceeded in case of use of radiation for medicine or industrial purpose. So the personnel or public should not receive more than the recommended annual limits. Standard operating procedure, when we handle with the radiation emergency preparedness or management of emergency, the first thing is you need to report to the radiation safety officer in and around your department or the place of accident. Then licensee is the owner of the radiation isotope. That is the institution director or the owner of the hospital or something like that. AERB and law enforcement agency. Even you need to report to the regulatory body, AERB in Mumbai, also to the local police. This has to be done. So then priority should be given to the human safety. If you need to save first the human around that radiation cell. So you need to cordon off that area. Don't allow anybody to go around the radiation accident area. Arrange for immediate availability experts who are trained to deal with emergency. So basically radiation safety officers are the this thing. So that person will consult the AERB experts and take care of this accident or emergency handling. Maintain complete records of accident and follow procedures. So he will keep the entire record, what he has done, how he removed, how he contained, and how he transported that isotope back to the safe disposal. Everything he will record. Also, if there was some accident involving some personnel, he will have to take care of them. See, first, if the accident radiation, if there was radiation personnel, radiation worker, he may have a radiation personal monitor. By that, he will evaluate the amount of radiation. This thing. If it is a public, then the public should be given. If he is working somewhere, he will be given 1 year leave, or depending on the amount of time he was around the radiation safety, radiation source. If accident is in the public area, you cordon off. That is the first thing you need to do. Like a police cordoning off any accident site or anything. Same thing you need to do with the radiation accident also. Components of operation safety, you need to, before you go into any activity, even a routine radiation application, this thing, you need to take care of the following things. Qualified and certified person only will handle the radiation activity. Workplace monitoring, there will be monitoring of all activity. There will be survey meter, there will be gamma zone meter, depending on the type of source. Personal monitoring has to be there. You will have personal film badge or something like that, or TLD badge. Film badges, old ones. Safe and secure storage place. So you need to have a radiation safe for if it is a radioactive needle or open source or something like that. Preventive maintenance of equipment has to be done properly. So the radiation equipment has to be going through regular preventive maintenance. Interaction of regulatory body, emergency planning and preparedness. Need to use protection equipment in good working conditions. So you cannot, for protection equipment also, there will be regular calibration, and so that the equipment need to be in good working condition. They need to ensure whether it is really working. If it is not working, and if you go with that equipment for survey, the personnel himself will be getting under excess radiation dosage. Use only calibrated survey meters or protection equipment. So this is also very important thing to know. Also, the common thing you need to do is don't stay unnecessarily in radiation area. Unnecessarily means if just you cannot go and want to see what is happening there. If there is a radiation accident, you should be clearing from that area. Proper shielding. You see, if anybody attending this radiation activity, you will be behind the shielding this thing, and there should be zone monitor. There should be door interlock, personal monitoring, depending on type of this thing which we have discussed. Of course, there should be the radioactive symbol also wherever radiation therapy is in use, regularly in use. If it is an accident area, you may not have a radiation symbol. Coming to the internal radiation exposure related this thing, minimizing internal radiation exposure. Use of protective clothing, air sampling, proper ventilation, respirator. So these are all this thing in addition to time distance shielding and ALARA principle. You need to use this. And Atomic Energy Act 1962 you need to follow. Atomic Energy Radiation Protection Rules 2004 you need to follow. They talk about licensing, radiation surveillance procedures, powers of competition authority, responsibility of the licensee, So for India, chairman ARB is the competent authority. So if any untoward accidents happen, chairman ARB is the person to be, or head RSD also is one of the person you can, or in turn he will inform the competent authority. So what are the things we adopt in India? ARB, we use e-LoRa, e-licensing of radiation applications, like pre-licensing stage. For example, one hospital is under construction, there will be a layout plan approval. So pre-licensing stage, layout plan approval, institutionalization approval, everything has to be done. During the useful life also, there are a lot of procedures, multiple steps need to be, so annual radiation safety report, everything has to be done. Post-use, that is after the decay or then you need to dispose as per the rules governing disposal of the radiation activity. And also ARB takes care of the type approval of the sources and equipment, approval of installation. So not only the equipment, after the installation is done, they need to give an approval. So it is all done through the e-LoRa process. That is the electronic online process. Safe and secure source storage, radiation area personnel monitoring, qualified, trained and certified workers, emergency response plans, license as commitment to return spent sources to original supplier. So this is the license's commitment to ARB or the chairman of ARB. Then clearance by the ARB. Verify type approved by the equipment which you order, whether it has a type approval from ARB. If not, then at least it should have NOC, no objection certificate. So any new equipment, a vendor launches a new equipment, that will not be given type approval on day one. Initially, they will give a no objection certificate for the first equipment only. Maximum, they give up to maximum 3 NOCs. Within that 3 equipment, they need to demonstrate to ARB whether the equipment perform up to the specification of the equipment. So until that time, they will not give type approval. After type approval, the vendor can ship or sell any number of units in the country, in India. No unit shall be purchased without type approval or NOC. Then ARB takes care of this thing, management of facility, to decide what they want to have, what are the equipments in the planning stage. Vendor of the unit to give minimum room space required. So for example, LINAC is to be purchased, linear accelerator in radiotherapy. The equipment need at least 6 meter by 5 meter space for the equipment to be installed. So if the bunker is smaller than that, it cannot be installed. So that minimum space required is provided by the vendor. Medical phases to evaluate the shielding requirement. They will have a calculation of how much concrete, etc. Architect feasibility of erecting the structure. So architect will have to agree to the medical physicist what he says, and he need to fit that into his layout plan. Site should be away from the unconnected facilities. So basically, it is recommended that all radioactive use or radiotherapy departments or nuclear medicine departments should be in one corner of the hospital. It should not be in the middle where everybody access that area. Then plan for all other associated facilities. So OPDs, everything. So that you need to have a good workflow where all other public or patient don't need to go around the radiotherapy machines or radioactivity source are stored or in use. So that you need to ensure using the workflow of the layout plan. Submission to ARB for approval, that is online submission. This is the form available for this thing. You need to provide 2 copies of layout plan. Now, these days it's uploaded online, so you don't need 2 copies. It was a hard copies type. And 1:200 layout scale to the scale of 1 to 200 also need to be uploaded. Not to construct without obtaining approval. So if you upload the layout plan layout plan for approval, you cannot start construction unless you get a approval from Aerb by a letter, by way of a letter. You cannot start the construction. No modification allowed. See, if you on the course of construction, if you feel I will have a small change like this, it is not allowed. So these are all need to be taken care. Nomination of RSO, radiation safety officer, need to be appointed by the institution, and he need to get an approval from Aerb. And for that, there is an application. He has to be a medical physicist with radiation safety officer qualification, RSO qualification. So if a physicist is not having a RSO qualification, he cannot be appointed as a radiation safety officer. Licensee's responsibilities include safety and security of sources at all times in all stages of its life cycle until it is decayed and decommissioned. He has to take care of, licensee need to take care of the source, the safe use of source. Reporting loss or theft of the source to police and Aerb, source inventory, inspection, enforcement, investigation of off-normal events or accidents or incidences. There should be the radiation symbols should be strict around the radiotherapy area or radiation isotope area. That is to be ensured. Now, safety rules, time, distance, shielding, and ALARA is explained here. So here, time, distance, shielding, how it is applied for the radiation safety, and ALARA as low as reasonably achievable. So that is one of the things. This is ALARA is even in any area, even if it is fire, you apply the same ALARA, you as low as reasonably achievable. So those limitation never to exceed those limits. Absolute legal limits for staff and public need to be known to the people. Reference levels as guidance for patients. So these are all should be known for the people. So built-in safety, like a cycle, you have a lock from the theft. So that kind of safety has to be in your mind. So time, see, when there is a radius active isotope, say it is accidentally released radioisotope, you need to ensure that you are away from, even in a radiation user, if you are a radiation user or a radiation staff, you need to use minimum time around the radiation. You need to keep the maximum distance from the radiation, and shield, you need to be behind a shield, adequate shielding. Shielding depends on the type and amount of radiation. So if high radiation, you have a small shielding behind, it will not help you. So time, lesser the number of minutes you are around this thing, you are more safe. So lesser the time you stay around the radiation, you are safe. So to minimize radiation effect, you need to be away from this thing and stay at the lowest minimum possible time. Coming to the distance, if you are at 1 meter distance from the radiation source, say 400 mrem per hour is the radiation source dose received by you. If it is 2 meters, it is 100 only. It's 4 times less. It's inversely proportional to the square of the distance. So 2 square is 4. So if it is 2 meters away, the radiation level is going down to by inverse square of the distance. And shielding, say for example, a small thickness shielding is there. The radiation received is 300. The thickness is increased, the radiation is reduced to 100 milligrams. So you increase the shielding, decreases the amount of exposure. So here, I think in last lecture, one of you asked for how you take care of CT radiation safety for the CT technicians. So you need to have a shielding. You can see the apron used by lead apron. It's a lead. It shields the professional or radiation therapy personnel, radiation technician from radiation penetration. Then room shielding. So there will be a room shielding also, which I show in the next few slides. Patient waiting room shielding. The patient waiting room has to be having a shielding, which will allow the radiation to be within the limit. Personal shielding, that is again the lead apron, what you hear, or this kind of lead shielding. So patient shielding of the organ not under investigation. So if there is a critical organ nearby and you investigate a patient, you need to protect that rest of the area using a lead apron, or in case of X-ray, diagnostic X-ray. Shielding is done in two areas. See here, there is a radiation isotope will be coming. It's a gamma or cobalt, telecobalt machine. Here, the isotope will be coming during the treatment. If not in use, there will be a safe here, radiation safe here. It will go back. There is a movement of using a motor. So during the treatment, the isotope come here, but the shielding is done all around except for the lower side where the radiation can come through that and treat the patient lying here. So this is also one shielding which is which don't allow radiation in 360 solid angles. And this is also the equipment will be installed in a bunker. In bunker, this is a concrete wall. If it is a 15 mm linear accelerator, this thickest portion of the wall will be 2.5 meters concrete. So that is like a fort. So here this is a secondary radiation. This arrow shows the primary of the radiation, and primary of the radiation will have a thick wall, concrete wall, and these are the secondary walls where you have a little reduction in wall thickness. Both of the barrier reduces the radiation to the dose limit allowed outside the radiation room. And also on the ceiling also you have the similar primary wall and secondary walls. And here again, what is up there? If there is an occupancy above this concrete bunker, then the wall thickness will be increased to say 20 to 30 centimeter extra to bring the radiation below for a normal activity. So for example, as here there is no radiation staff. Based on the limit permitted by the non-radiation staff, the wall thickness will be increased on the ceiling also. Also, if the radiation is on the first floor or second floor, or there is a basement below the radiation facility, on downside also you will ensure the radiation shielding. Similar wall thickness will be on the downside also. If there is no occupancy, if it is earth, earth itself is good enough. So you don't need to have a huge shielding on the lower side. Coming to gamma equipment, we already spoke about that. See, this is the safe, radiation safe area where it is shielded by depleted uranium, and the gamma source is kept inside here. And during the use, this source drawer will be pushed by the motor, and there will be rod coming, there will be a rod showing that the source is out or in, and there is a opening against which the radiation isotope will be brought for treatment. So this is and this all is hugely shielded. You can see all these are just shielded, lead shields around here. And here also there will be the field size reduction, and this is called collimators, to increase the field or decrease the field. So this radiation comes through this area, and that limit of the area, field size can be modified using the change using the collimator. So that is also done. So risk estimates of radiation exposure we are coming to. So when we are talking about radiation exposure, all radiation exposures are not expected to give the same biological effectiveness. So here we have a factor for biological RBE. Gamma or beta, alpha, beta, gamma will have a same, beta gamma is going to give a same RBE. So same amount of exposure to gamma or beta will have a same biological effectiveness. But if it is a neutron, it will be depending on the energy of the neutron, 5 to 20 times radiobiological effectiveness will be there. In case of alpha, 20 times the alpha beta. So that much it's hugely ionizing. So coming to dose calculation, dose imported. So observed dose is the dose energy imparted to the matter of a small volume in joules by mass of the small volume kilogram. So that is called gray. 1 joule of energy absorbed in 1 kg of matter, that is dose. So, but when we are talking about equivalent dose is the dose multiplied by the radiobiological factor that just now we saw in the previous slides. 1 for beta, X-rays and gamma. Then 5 for the protons, 20 for this thing. Of course, neutron 5 to 20 depending on the energy we saw in the previous slides. The effective dose, what is going to be the effect of the dose onto the given body? That depends on the tissue weighting factor. So what part of the body is getting that radiation? So for every organ, there is a different tissue weighting factor. So depending on that, the radiation effective dose will be there. So this is to be multiplied to get the effective dose of radiation. Coming to the radiobiological emergencies and its effectiveness. Consequences of course, individuals may expose to radiation and a different radiation effect. So that, as we discussed all those things in internal or external radiation hazard, new threat possibilities of radiological terrorism, environment effects, physiological effects, social problems, economical. So these are all the consequences of radiation emergencies. Type of effects. It is deterministic effect or effect with the threshold. This somatic effect increases in severity with increasing the observed dose. So if the observed dose is more, the severity is going to be more. But there will be a threshold dose below which there will not be any effect at all in case of a deterministic effect. So affects immediately. Immediately after the dose is received, the patient will have a problem related to radiation dosage. Coming to stochastic effect, non-threshold effect. So even with the lowest background radiation, there can be some effect. It is all are non-phenomenon kind of thing. Severity effect doesn't depend on the magnitude of observed dose. Even if one gamma ray sometimes can have a mutation in your body, and it can create cancer or some other effect on your body, or a genetic effect it can create, so it can create genetic disorder. It is very rare, but it can happen. So radiation can have even effect on the minimum this thing, leukemia, cataract, glaucoma, all these things can happen due to stochastic. And bone marrow disorders, all these things can happen. Gastrointestinal tract disorders, central nervous system disorders, etc. So these are all the different. So when the dose is from beyond a threshold only, it can happen. Radiation monitoring. So it is Radiation Protection Rule 1971 applies to the radiation monitoring. So monitor of individual doses regularly. So it is a mandatory for every radiation worker to have a personal monitor. Report and investigate overexposure. That is done based on the personal monitoring reporting. So every month there will be a report on your personal monitoring, how much your radiation exposure has happened on a given individual. Maintain lifetime cumulative dose records of the workers. So this is the mandate by the Radiation Protection Rule 1971. Coming to personal dosimetry, film badge monitors were used long back when we were beginning our radiation career. We used to put a film badge on our chest. So that film badge is taken over by TLD dosimetry, thermoluminescent dosimeters. Pocket dosimeters are used also for personal monitoring, but TLD is the personal monitor you use every day for a routine this thing. If a particular radiation safety officer is going to undertake an emergency, he will have to have additional TLD badges on your wrist or hands, even in a finger, depending on what part of the body is going to get more exposure. You need to have a more additional thing, including a pocket dosimeter on your pocket. So that if one of the personal monitor doesn't record properly, personal monitor, pocket dosimeter will record, and pocket dosimeter is going to record that particular day's radiation exposure. Film badges measure all type of this thing. There will be photographic film, a small size, cut size film will be used within a sealed thin plastic, and it will have a various type of thickness to detect various particles. There will be a shielding type of shield in various areas. This will have a type of shielding. This will be having, so there are 4 types of shielding to take care of measurement of X-ray, gamma ray, beta rays, neutrons, or alpha. Useful for detecting radiation above 1 millisievert. So that is this one is not sensitive to detect lower levels of radiation. So that is the main reason it is now replaced by TLD readers. TLD readers take care of everything. Looks like a film badge, contains a lithium fluoride crystal, respond to radiation similar to skin. So it the whatever TLD radiation exposure, it is replicating the skin dose. So that is very important. That's the reason TLD is being used now. TLD, it is the dose will be measured at a TLD analyzer. So crystal will be luminous. The crystal while heating will release luminescence. and that luminescence is measured and related to the radiation exposure, more accurate than the film badge. So you can see wrist badge. Generally, we use chest badge like this, and wrist badge can be used. Finger badges are also sometimes used. So depending on the type of, you can see here finger badge. Where how you use, for example, if you're going for a CT scan room with the apron, lead apron. So here the badge cannot be worn outside. The outside the apron means it will not detect the radiation dose received by the personnel. Because this apron safeguard you, so the dose penetrating below the lead apron only will reach the person wearing the apron. So it has to be worn under the apron. So that is one important thing you need to note here. So that is the main thing. And for a normal this thing, the badge is worn on the here on the chest on your shirt. So that is. So this is all about the topic you had given to us, to me. And if there is any question, please ask.
So,
Yeah.
Dr. Baljinder Singh, yeah, I
think Palak has a question, right? Palak, you have raised your hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Go ahead.
Sir, I have a question regarding the usage of TLD batch only.
Yeah.
So for the X-rays also, we should wear the lead apron.
Yeah, if you go into that, in case, for example, sometimes patient is very not healthy enough and go for a investigation, diagnosis, CT or something. Sometimes in that case, like pediatric, we can go for something. So somebody need to go for some kind of support. That generally we don't allow the radiation worker to go around that area, but the relative of the patient will have to use a lead apron and go near in order to instruct the patient not to move during investigation. So that kind of thing we ask the patient's relative to use. But lead apron will be used in nuclear medicine applications, like when we prepare molybdenum to technetium. Yeah, the radiation professional will extract the technetium from molybdenum from a cow process, and during that he will have a safe place, and his hands only will go inside, but still he will have a apron, gloves, goggles, lead goggles, and then go near the radiation source and do all the required work.
So even though we are doing experiment with the cells and we are radiating them with the X-rays, so then also we should wear the lead apron. My question is.
If you will be given a lead shield, lead glasses.
Okay.
So if you are behind that, you are safe.
Okay.
Okay. If you are coming into an open source, in that case, yes. But when you are in an experimental area, you will be given, and if you are happen to be in long time, it's important to protect your eyes. So lead goggles are coming, lead glasses, that will protect your eyes.
And also the TLD batches, they come in a black polythene. Like they come in that black polythene. So should we use the TLD batches along with that black polythene, or we have to remove that?
No, along with that's not an issue.
Without that also we can use.
Yeah. So it's loaded into the plastic and it has all the required shielding, and TLD is not going to be after every month you send it for ARB, not ARB, it's to a laboratory to measure the radiation received by a given person wearing that TLD, and this will be kept as a lifetime record.
Okay.
Doctor, can I add to it? I'm SK Mitra.
Please.
Actually, I think she is asking for university setup, I suppose, because what you rightly said that this lead apron has to be worn during diagnostic radiology examination for doing CT scan and X-ray. But whereas in university setup, like we have in JNU, so we have X-ray diffraction facility, and also we have X-ray irradiator.
Okay.
So nowadays these X-ray facilities are coming with the proper shielding, and whenever we measure the radioactivity level around the area, it is just around the background level. So even the manufacturers nowadays, they suggest that you need not wear the lead apron.
Yeah,
so
I think, sir, I would like to throw a light on this. What the wearing lead apron is just basically when you take an X-ray of a patient, you position the patient and then you move back to the
outside the treatment. Yes, room.
So a lead apron is mandatory only when you are doing active procedure, like a radiologist doing angiography, and people, gastroenterologists doing fluoroscopy and all.
Yes.
And that point of time when you have to stay close to the patient, and while the machine acquisition is on, CT is on, and this is at that point we need to wear lead aprons, not otherwise.
Rightly said. Yes. Yes, you are keeping the CT or anything under a bunker or a safe room.
Not bunker, sir. You position the patient and then you move away.
Come out.
Only patient is there.
You are in
when the requirement is of a doctor around the patient when you are doing the fluoroscopy angiography, and let me tell you, like it's mandatory. I have not seen any cardiologist wearing apron. So the practice is not there, but they are the ones who get more radiation exposure.
Long back it was there.
Yeah, now it's like people are following now, more or less. Now is even this was the observation.
Yeah, with the advancement of technology, the gadgets we have, they are like they have all the protective measures like associated with them. So even in laboratory conditions, when we are exposing our materials to the it is all remotely controlled. You don't have to be there in front of the source.
Absolutely.
So it is all remotely controlled. So problem of getting exposed to human exposure to these things is greatly reduced these days.
See, as we know the harmful effect of radiation, as we go higher in technology, we take care of all
that is one of the basic requirements.
And technology takes care of many things now. And old times we used to use only lead glasses and we used to view through lead glasses. Today we have CCTV. So
we have come a long way.
Long way. So those things are all. So for viewing through lead glass, you need to be always turning. One time you see to the monitor, one time you see to the CCTV. Sorry, this thing. So CCTV and monitors nowadays set side by side. It is easy for anybody using the equipment.
Well, I think it was a very nice coverage, Dr. Rajshekhar. So I think if you can just educate the audience on this CBRN mission, basically CBRN guidelines, what all preparedness the country needs for if there is a nuclear blast, and what to basically what is the preparedness measures for the public in the near vicinity of the nuclear blast sites, basically. So what all we need, the country needs to have the CBRN mandate on that.
See, this is a very, very difficult question to answer.
I mean, it will be very nice for the audience.
Nice for the audience. If you are in the near vicinity of the blast, you do anything, nothing can safeguard you.
No,
You need to,
I mean,
if you are say around that 50 kilometers away, you need to use wet clothes repeatedly to avoid the radiation isotope intake. Wet clothes, and also you need to go behind any shielding available inside a house or inside something, or bunkers are available, or under the trench. Whatever you have, go down under the earth. That is one safety you have from safety. But since this radioactive is a bombardment, means you cannot live without food. For food, you need to come out. So that near vicinity, you need to rush away from that area, at least 100 kilometers away from that radiation bombardment. And
one important thing is also providing iodine for blocking the thyroid amongst the children. That's a major
that
after
is
effect
also
of Hiroshima stuff.
yes. Yeah.
Piling up enough of, yeah. This is just to educate.
Yeah, these are the 2-3 things you can do, but you need to vacate as much as possible away from the vicinity of the radiation area, at least 50 kilometers away from.
Sir, one of my query is like you already told about all these quart radiotherapy units plus our cyclotron facility. All the shielding material get radioactive over the time, basically. So, how do we really like dispose of these heavy shielding materials which has gone radioactive over the years? What?
See, for example, in a LINAC, or you are talking about which equipment?
I'm talking the cyclotron shielding material plus your quart shielding, maybe LINAC as well. So.
See, in a LINAC case, when we use high energy radiation like 10 MV and above, fire protection occurs on the area, but it is short-lived. Less than a minute, it is completely free from. So short-lived isotopes. It protects.
I'm talking of. Let us talk of cyclotron shielding.
Cyclotron. What kind of energy? I don't have a clear idea, because when I was in nuclear medicine, we were not working around cyclotron. But shielding material, like you are talking about the bunker walls.
Yeah, maybe lead, tungsten, all that kind of stuff. It goes radioactive. How to, like, we don't do anything. We send it back to BRC, and where all they dispose of this kind of material which has gone radioactive, heavy shielding material which has gone radioactive over the years.
If it is spillage of radiation, you need to.
No, sir, I'm not talking of spillage. I'm talking about cyclotron.
I don't have a clear idea.
Shielding.
Shielding in any energy below 15 MV, what I am used to, there we don't have any long time radiation. It is a short-lived radiation, and even within a minute you are allowed to. So when we especially used 15 MV for treatment in a LINAC, I don't have much clear idea about cyclotron. I should be.
Doctor, can I come in and respond?
Yeah, please,
yeah, please.
Yeah. Doctor, actually it is like that. Like whenever some energetic beam, say for example cobalt 60, or for that matter even X-ray, high energy X-ray is getting like some material is getting bombarded by these strong radiation. So there are chances that the target material may get radioactivity during course of time. So what we follow in JNU, like there was one incident in or one of our X-ray machine. So it was to be written off. So what we did, we went and just survey the target and just measure the radioactivity material and ensured that there was no radioactivity coming from the target. So I think the same thing should be followed for any such kind of target, wherever the high energetic beam is bombarding. So that is the thing.
but in case of even up to 15 MV, there is no issue of the induced radiation activity.
Yeah, but Dr. Saab, why to take chance? So the better.
No. See, it is absolute in absolute knowledge that it doesn't have any induced activity either on the barriers of the walls or this thing. But old time we used to use depleted uraniums that used to get the induced radioactivity. Now across the globe, depleted uranium as a shielding material is disallowed. So we were involved in when I was in GCRI Ahmedabad, we used old cobalt decommissioning and this thing. During that time, we had to dismantle that uranium and send it back to AERB for proper disposal. So
my question is only that, sir, how AERB disposes? Undoubtedly, the shielding materials get radioactive, and some long-lived radionuclides get produced during the bombardment.
Yeah.
Where AERB disposes it, sir, basically? Do they dump it? And I heard sometimes they also dump it in the deep sea, basically.
Yeah. Yes, deep sea, or they.
That's why my question.
Yeah, they dig down to say 100 meters down and put a concrete all over with including a lid, and then decay. It is marked as a radioactivity disposal area.
And recently, like we in nuclear medicine, we use a lot of calibration sources, and we have to dispose it off. Okay. So then we have packed these 10 calibration sources of very low activity. They have lived their life.
Yes.
Yeah. And we have to pay AERB 20 lakhs rupees, virtually 2 lakh per source.
Yeah.
So that is very, very exorbitant cost basically. And being government, it doesn't bother us much. Yeah. But it's a huge cost. Maybe that's not your domain, but I just want to bring it to your knowledge. Basically. So disposal of these calibration sources, even if they have lived their life, is very, very expensive. It disposal must be more expensive than the actual cost of these radios.
Exactly. See, the reason is they take care of the earthquake or anything that even if there is an earthquake, those concrete shield they make for the decayed source, that should not break during the earthquake also. So they need to dig down at least 100 meters down, and they create a concrete wall all over, including a shield, and then dispose it. Undersea also they do. So but undersea they don't prefer, because nowadays there is a new opinion that it can affect the sea life.
Yeah.
So they go into the digging deep down into the earth, and they allocate a particular area in the desert only, and it is always under the AERB's governance. So there will be a department always seeing that nobody else reaches that area.
Okay, thank you very much. It was very elaborate. Maybe there are a couple of other questions, but I would like to congratulate Rajshekhar for preparing very elaborate talk, and I'm sure the participant will be educated on this radiation therapy.
Sorry? I couldn't hear clearly, madam.
Somebody was just speaking and then...
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you
for your comments, and also all the questions that gave more clarification on the issue.
Yeah. So I hope these kind of activities should be organized regularly.
Yes.
And we need to educate people, our young students. And
actually, I was thinking that if you could just give a small suggestion to the students who are using radioisotopes. Normally now we don't use them, but once in a while when they use them, what precautions they should take and how they should dispose of those radioactive isotope.
See, basically,
Like beta emitting particles. They are like, so a little bit of information that would help the students, those who are using them in lab. Is it
lab activities are very less, basically.
Very less.
So generally under the lead sheet only you are using it. So you are safe unless you have a gloves used, so it doesn't touch the skin. If at all spills on your body, you need to wash with profused water immediately.
And disposal should be done properly, because we always keep on telling them that you can't dispose them in the sink in the lab. So we have a proper disposal facility.
There are, Dr. Ashika, can I just comment on this, ma'am?
Sure.
So regarding, because most of the university settings, you inject radioactivity into the animals, basically. Then you sacrifice the animals, and then you always have some activity in the animal carcasses, you know. So in that case, basically, there is a thumb rule, and then we actually, in nuclear medicine, we use short-lived isotopes, basically. Technetium, the half-life is 6 hours. So you just store in polyethylene bags the animal tissues overnight, and then you can dispose it off like the routine disposal. And if you have liquid waste, basically, the liquid waste, then the thumb rule is you allow the activity to stay for 6 half-lives. Suppose I'm using technetium with half-life of 6 hours. So you just wait for 60 hours, and then you can dispose of that liquid into the general sewerage, basically. So that's the thumb rule, basically.
There was a slide for that.
Yeah,
maybe I missed that.
See, dilute and disperse.
Right.
Delay and decay. So that's what the sir is saying. Delay and decay.
Correct.
And concentrate and contain. That's what we talked about when we send the isotopes back to BRC.
We have a very serious issue, madam. We admit in hospital like cancer, thyroid cancer patient, and then we in thyroid cancer we give very high dose radioiodine therapy, iodine 131 therapy. All right, then any patient requiring 100 millikilo of activity, we have to admit the patient close to 3 days. Then only, discharge the patient. Then the other issue is we have a dedicated toilets for these kind of patients, and we actually all the excreta. So we don't put it to the general sewerage. We just allow it to go to a delay tank. Those are lead tanks, you know. So as sir has said, then we have to wait for the release of this lead tank. Excreta into the general sewerage. We have to wait for a period. Delay and decay. So, but there is also a guidelines that a hospital like PGI, there's a lot of water coming in. We are admitting so many patients. They say you dilute this thing so much. Sometimes you may not require actually lead tank. You can just discharge into the normal sewerage, basically. But anyway, lead tanks are mandatory as of now. So we have to store that excreta for a few days till it comes to the acceptable level to be released to the
main system.
Yeah, recently we did a regulatory approval for iodine treatment facility in Karnal. For that, the Erbv mandates 24,000 liter delay tanks, which will be divided into 2 halves, 12,000 and 12,000. So first 1 month you will hold it in one tank, and there it will be delayed. And once this is filled, you turn to the other 12,000 liter tank, and until that tank is full, you need to keep it in a delay and decay mode. And once delay decay is over, you can throw into the main sewerage, not the simple sewerage. The main sewerage where maximum water is
right.
So it's diluted further. That is.
I think we should congratulate Dr. Rajshekhar Rao for giving an excellent coverage of the topic. And if there are no questions, can we move on to the next one? So now,
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you,
Nice,
Rashid.
nice meeting you.
Thank you.
Because I was there in Ludhiana for short time only. I couldn't meet you as a nuclear medicine physicist.
Radiation safety guys are everywhere. They're in Ludhiana, they're in Ahmedabad, they're in Rajasthan. They're just inspectors, basically.
So I was also there in Ludhiana for 5 years, nuclear medicine department.
Great.
Mishra.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Mishra, you are not showing your face. I know you very well.
I'll just show you.
in which
Is
department?
there our next speaker is there?
Dr. Rajsekhar, I was in nuclear medicine department with Dr. Goyal from 92 to 97.
Wow. So you, well, only the time period
I
is
know.
different. So
Actually, I've heard a lot about you, but actually I could meet.
Yeah. I was famous not only because of that. I was the director sales for.
Sir, there is, sir, sorry, sir,
Yes.
I'm very sorry.
Okay.
Next
Please.
speaker is waiting, actually.
So, okay, perfect. Thank you.
Madam,
Thank you very much, Dr.
Stop
Rashid.
sharing.
Dr. Bhiva, Dr. Ashu, I would like to over to Dr. Ashu Bhan Tikku now. You will take care of the next talk. Madam, I have to rush for some meeting actually. There are some. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to beg your pardon.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. You were a nice co-host. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr.
Sir, एक छोटी सी एक रिक्वेस्ट थी डॉक्टर बलजिंदर सिंह सर मेरी एक रिक्वेस्ट थी कि from every chairperson we are just asking that what is their area so that the students and the participants should be able to know it, and if somebody wants to collaborate, because this is the one of the initiative of the GIAN. So
I think your department is very nice.
Special Center for Molecular Medicine, but there are people here in participants are from all over India. So if you can just tell.
I am working as head of the nuclear medicine department. We are into imaging, PET imaging and SPECT imaging and cardiac imaging, and we are doing a lot of radiopharmacy work also. We are into the designing and synthesis of newer and newer targeted molecules for both for PET imaging and SPECT imaging, and so that's the area where we can collaborate basically. So the development, we can have collaboration with chemistry people. We can have
having PhD students also.
Yeah, we
only MDs.
We have MD, we have MSc, we have PhD students. I have produced more than 15, I think, PhD students till now.
MSc in which subject, sir?
MSc nuclear medicine. Yeah.
MSc nuclear medicine.
I mean, this is very upcoming. We were doing this MSc course as a collaborative course between the Punjab University and PGI Chandigarh. As of now, we started in 2009. All of our students, they are spread worldwide because there's a lot of need, requirement of these kind of.
So can you send your flyer, because none of us know about it?
So earlier this course was a collaborative course. So now we have, from this July session, we are starting a PGI course actually. This will all happen in PGI. So I think advertisement is going to come. I can share with you, and you can always, any student who is interested into this, they can always look up for the PGI website. This advertisement we have introduced.
So you take only physics students or chemistry or biology?
No. This is because since it's interdisciplinary kind of thing, the eligibility is BSc medical, BSc non-medical, BSc biotechnology as well, and we also take some institutions are running BSc nuclear medicine, so they are also eligible.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now,
thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks. We take leave. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
You can stay with us. Yeah. So, Dr. Tikku. Over to Dr. Tikku.
Thank you. So our next speaker of this session is Dr. Rakesh Kumar. He's an assistant professor in Sri Mata Vaishno Devi University, Jammu. And he did his PhD from AIMS, All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And after that, he has done his postdoctoral research in USA, in Dallas, and as well as in Washington University. And today he has lots of awards and honors to his credit. He got a performance-linked award in his university, Sri Mata Vaishno Devi University. He got an award for outstanding poster presentation in Texas Translation Health Symposium. He has been awarded the Young Scientist Award by Dr. G.P. Talwar Gold Medal for the best oral presentation. And he has many PhD students, like 9 of them have already submitted their PhDs, and he has a number of research projects going on with him. So we welcome Dr. Rakesh, and he will be talking, as I understand, on radiation-induced responses. Over to you, Dr. Rakesh.
Thank you, Dr. Ashu. And I thank, am I audible?
Yeah.
Or do I need to speak? Okay.
Yes.
I'm thankful to Professor Vibha and Dr. Vijay for getting me in connect with Professor Vibha and this course, GIAN course. I am a late entry to this course. Had I known that this course was already going on, I would have already joined. And looking back at my CV, and I think Dr. Ashu, I don't know if you remember me or not. So
you were in GNU?
No, I did a lot of work with you. At that time, I used to come from Mainz, and you handheld me for Ross generation.
Yeah, I remember now.
and
nice. Yeah.
You must be skeptical that why I have been missing for so many years. And I thank you. And I have JNU has been a part of me, because at that time, if Professor Banzai would not have helped me, my degree would have been a little late. But anyway, we are already running late, and I'm basically a biologist. I have worked in the field of radiation biology, both at UT Southwestern and at Washington University. So my experience in radiation therapy or radiation physics is not that great. But what I will share with students and participants today will be the radiation biology, the tumor biology, that how tumors respond to radiation, and what are the different experimental setups. I have divided my, would you like, please allow me to share the screen? Okay.
Yeah, please share your screen.
Okay, it's there. So I have divided my talk into 2 parts. And any student can stop me in between and ask me questions. If I have the answers, I'll let you know. If I don't have the answers, I'll get back to you. And I have divided my talk into 2 parts. One part will be mostly for the students. That will be towards the educational part. I have not directly worked in those fields. Neither I have borrowed this. I have borrowed these slides from different publications, papers. I mean, we have all of us know that Google is always there to help. And another part is typically my own copyrighted material. So with the approval of the chair, can I start my talk now?
Please go ahead.
Okay.
All yours.
So I'll be talking about the radiation and DNA damage and what are the biological effects of these things. I know you all have gone through this course, and you are towards the end of this course. But I'll still like to. I would like to. I like everybody to please mute their mics. Okay, so I'd like to give you a quick glimpse. I know you might already know it, but as a teacher, it's my responsibility to start from ground zero. So this is a very, very simple picture to understand what is radiation. So this is how you will understand that what radiation actually is. And can you see radiation? No. Can you feel radiation? If it's if the radiation load is too high, yes, probably yes, you will be able to feel it also. So what are the natural sources of radiation? We all know that the radiation is already present in, we have cosmic radiations, terrestrial radiations, we have internal radiations also. You already, the previous speaker was already speaking about the radiation, and Dr. Saab was also talking about the nuclear medicine. We already have an internal radiations. This is a source of radiation exposure. What are the different sources of radiation exposure? We have soil with 8%, cosmic rays 8%. We have a radon, which is 54%. This is internal radiation is 11%. Medical X-rays, nuclear medicine, consumable products, this almost 18-19% for the sources of the radiation. So suns and stars, they are one of the primary source of the cosmic radiation, and the difference in variables, it depends upon the elevation, the atmospheric conditions, Earth's magnetic field. You go to Leh Ladakh, you are at a higher altitude, the source of radiation will be same, but the magnitude of the radiation will be higher. Earth has a lot of mineral deposits like in soil and rocks, that's uranium, thorium, radium, that's what we extract, and that's what are mostly used as a radioactive material. So these are the terrestrial radiations. Another important part is that why I am focusing, taking you to build that basic is when I'm talking about the DNA damage and the insult to the DNA. These figures will be very important for you to understand that how de novo mutations occur in human body. Water also contains small amount of dissolved uranium and thorium. All organic materials, we know that we do carbon datings. Plants and animals, they also contain radioactive carbon and potassium. All of us have an internal radiation. This radioactive, we have a radioactive potassium, we have carbon-14 inside our body that's present from our birth. And though it is negligible that we don't expose, these are very minor sources, we don't expose each other through our radiation. So then there are man-made sources of radiation. You might have heard till now. What are the man-made sources of radiation? Are the people who occupationally exposed individuals, the X-ray technicians, CT technicians, all the people who work in the nuclear medicine, if the proper care is not taken. So they are the people who are exposed to these man-made sources of radiation. People who work in nuclear power plants, people who work in combustible fuels, gas and coal, X-ray security scans, televisions, fluorescent lamp starters, smoke detectors, all are part of this man-made sources of radiation. In fact, the consumer watches, that like luminous watches, which all of polonium-200, very high radioactive element in that tobacco. That's why tobacco is one of the main sources of cancer. Ophthalmic glasses, ceramics. Then there are a number of, I don't want to go deep into that medical imaging, X-rays and cancer treatment. You might have heard about these things from previous days. So what happens to the cell? What actually happens if there is a cellular effects of radiation? What does actually radiation do to a cell? I don't know whether if any one of you have ever done a karyotype of a chromosome, a karyotype of or a metaphase spread of a cell. You will understand that all cells, if they are given an insult of radiation, they have single and double strand breaks. So those double, single and double strand breaks, though they repair itself, but they still leave a kind of residue behind, and that turns into the damage which is caused by the radiation. What does it do? It damages enzymes. It interferes with biological pathways. It damages cell membranes, nucleases, chromosomes. It inhibits cell division, cell death, and it transforms to a malignant state also. This is all which are the effects of radiation. At what level the damage is caused? The damage is caused at both tissue and organ level. So this central nervous system of the human body is disrupted, bone marrow, intestinal tract, and even cancers are caused by, this is one of the first and foremost effect of the radiation is that it is highly carcinogenic. What it can lead to? It can lead to the death of the whole animal, even in fact a human being, or it can also lead a poor quality of life and life shortenings. And people who have already been exposed to huge explosions, radioactive explosions like atomic bomb in Hiroshima, Nagasaki. So those people have high genetic mutations, and that has led to a change in their genetic characteristics of, and a lot of that has already been documented. So there are these organs and these tissues, and these radiosensitivity is defined by two important factors. One is the radiosensitivity of the tissue, and another thing is importance of overall organisms. That where that tissue or the organ is located is very important for the radiation to gauge to measure the effect of that radiation. It's very important to understand that what is the location of the tissue. Suppose the tissue is deep seated inside the human body, or it's protected by a layer of fat or two, then the effect of that tissue will be less. But if it's a tissue like skin, which is totally exposed, the effect will be multifold. What are the most sensitive organs and tissues? Blood is the highly radiosensitive, and the blood forming organs, gonads, and lens of the eye, skin. These are all of the organs which have a total surface area is large. And because of the total surface area, the effect of the radiation is too high on them. And the least radioactive radiosensitive organ is the brain, because we all know that brain cells in the brain do not reproduce, but that does not mean that it's highly protective. It does get damaged, but the effect is less at the same amount of radiation. I already told you that blood is the most radiosensitive tissue in the human body, and they have a very short lifespan and high metabolic rate. That's one reason that they quickly get damaged due to the radiation. And gonads, and because all the mutations in the egg or sperm cells, they could lead to the mutation in the offspring. And why are gonads the more prone to this attack is, and there is another theory to it, I would like to add it here, is that when these gonads in the sperm, the DNA in the sperm is only haploid, and it has been power packed in a small acrosome. And after power packing a small acrosome, it has been devoid of many of the repair factors, the proteins which usually generally protect you in terms of radiation damage, or other proteins, because it does not have that much of space for packing inside the acrosome. Because of those protections which are not there, the effect on the sperms and ovums are multifold. So this is a table which I have borrowed sorry. So these are the erythrocytes, and forgetting about what they do, we all know that what happens if there is an exposure of 10 rads, this slightly decrease in number. And lymphocytes, they are highly radiosensitive, decrease in number, increase with dose, and they can decrease with 2 days after exposure. And neutrophils, they are highly radiosensitive, they decrease in number and proportionately to the dose, and deplete and results in infection and fever. And same with the platelets. The life cycle of the cell is very important. And one more thing, whenever you have heard about the side effects of the radiation therapy in the patients, and then the side effects of that patients, you have to understand the tissue and organ damage, because whenever there is a radiation treatment given to a patient, the after effects of that radiation treatment, not only to the organ where it was given, it transmits to the whole body through there is a mechanism called reactive oxygen species. Because of the reactive production of reactive oxygen species, and through these radiations, and a patient is given almost 40 to 50 grays during his treatment, and that produces a lot of reactive oxygen species. And those reactive oxygen species damages the plasma membrane of the cells, and those after damage to the plasma membrane of the cell, And through lipid peroxidation, when the cells are damaged, it also leads to the necrosis. Even in the normal tissue, once the normal tissues are necrotic, it produces the inflammation and then the other side effects of the cell. So skin is the first organ which will have a tissue radiation effect, and erythema can happen if there are 400 to 500 rads. So a person can also have the result in the cataract formation for an 200 to 500 rads. So this radiation effect on humans depends on 4 types. That's radiation type, area exposed, total dose, and dose rate. So for radiation on the same type, the tissue range increases with increase in energy. So there is a term called linear energy transfer. It will depend on the linear energy transfer of that. I'll not go into that detail. So now I'll be talking to you about what are the effects of this radiation if the whole body is exposed or if there is a partial body exposure. If the whole body is exposed, all the cells are irradiated, organs are irradiated, tissues are irradiated. Symptoms is definitely will depend upon which organ is more sensitive at that time and which organ received the highest dose. And if it's partially exposed, it will have a local kind of a reaction for that radiation exposure. We have an acute exposure, that is for a high dose and short exposure time, or a chronic exposure where the dose is low, but it's exposed, the person is exposed for a longer exposure time, like in case of occupational radiation exposure or a natural background radiation. You keep this thing in mind, because when I will discuss the results towards the end of the slides, I will be talking to you about the low dose, how we treated animals with a low dose, and what were the effects in the animals at the time. So 0 to 10 rems are the subclinical range. Therapeutic range is 100 to 200 rem, and the lethal range is greater than 200 rems. So sorry for the disruption. So these are the effects that when the first effects start coming up, that's like drop in the white blood cell count at 25 to 50 rads. And people start, if there's a threshold for vomiting at 100 rads, 50% die. If 50% people will die within 30 minutes, if there is a rads of 320 to 360 rads, and 50% will die within 30 minutes without supportive medical care if it's a 480 to 540 rads, and 100% people will die in 30 days if the dosage is 1000 rads or above. So this is a subclinical range. So these are pictures, and I just wanted to let you know these are not my pictures. I've just taken it through some presentation which was available through the online sources and some publications, the pictures which are there. This is a local radiation exposure in these patients. You can see these pictures and you can appreciate that how this damage looks like. So these are the 2 pictures below. These are the pictures from 2 patients which one patient underwent brachytherapy, and another patient wanted treatment towards the cancer, reproductive cancer. And then you can see the scars remaining, the tissue healing, and you can see the brachytherapy patient having a slow healing through the radiation treatment. These are acute radiation effects which have localized through localized exposure, and you can see that look at the fingers, and you can appreciate that these fingers have changed the tone and the coloring of the skin, and blisters and the disfiguration of these fingers. And this is how they might have been in contact with some radioactive element. What does radiation effect? What are the localized exposures of radiation effect? First is telangiectasia. What is telangiectasia? Telangiectasia is a dilation of the blood vessels in the skin. So some areas receive an excessive blood flow. That's that the other blood flow is diverted from that place to that place to the blood vessels of that place. And that is because the cells otherwise would lose blood flow because of the oxygen deprivation. I would remind you of a term called ataxia telangiectasia mutated. What is ataxia telangiectasia mutated is? Ataxia is like a differential gait. That when one person is not able to walk properly, and telangiectasia is the dilation of the blood vessels in the skin. So what do you mean by both of them is that a person who's having a differential gait and has a dilation of blood vessels, particularly in the eyes, and that person will be categorized as an ATM patient, but the person needs to have a mutation in ATM. Why I discussed ATM here? Because this is something which is going to be very, very important in the future slides. ATM is a very, very critical gene. That's what we are going to see in another part of this lecture. So these are the typical symptomatics of the radiation exposure. That's erythema. That is slightly, means that it will include ulceration. The skin will be harmed. There's a dermal atrophy. Hair loss will be there. That's called epilation, or and there will be skin will be hardened. You can appreciate when you saw the fingernails of the people, and you can see that that's called dry desquamation. And then there will be moist desquamation also, and secondary ulceration because of the radiation effects.
Final जो sorry आपको स्विच करूँगा उसमें कौन सा लिंक बना के रखना है
Please mute yourself, please. CIS, please mute everybody. Sorry, Professor Rakesh, please go ahead.
Okay. Then another thing, at a above the suboptimal level, there is a dermal necrosis, because the cell and the tissue death will be due to the insufficient blood flow. And what will happen if there is a chronic radiation exposure to the whole body? And because we all know that human body tolerates very small doses of radiation, and maybe a human body can tolerate that small dose of radiation for a long period of time, because it constantly repairs the radiation damage. As long as the repair rate is higher than the production rate, there's not a much effects are there, but these effects are long term, and these after long period of time, these effects do show their effect. Just to share with you that I have lost few friends who worked in the radiation biology, who are working in with radioactive elements, and I have lost two of my friends who were working in radioactive isotopes, and they never have taken care of themselves because they never thought of took it seriously, and because that these radioactive elements can cause death, and both of them died of chronic myeloid leukemia. And so what are the chronic radiation effects? That if the total dose is higher than the threshold, then it will cause the effect. So what about the tissue damage and repair? That is very, very important to understand. So when can a tissue repair itself? All of us should know that we are getting thousands of insults. When we are talking about insults, what do you mean by thousands of insults? Is that we are getting a radiation effect we are getting every day. You are getting exposed to radiation every day. I told you about the consumable products. I told you about the man-made sources of radiation. There are so many other ways also where you are getting exposed to radiation. You are getting exposed to radiation through soil. You never know about that, what kind of a soil it is, and what kind of radioactive elements are present in the soil. But your body has such a good mechanism of tissue damage and repair. I've repaired that it repairs quickly, everything repairs. But when the body is not able to repair, it will show you that symptoms. Even a small sunburn is also a part of the radiation damage. But how we will take care of that? So if the tissues are if the tissues are damaged beyond control, or if the tissues are damaged, and what can it lead to next? The next thing it can lead to is cancer. And all of us know that cancer is a very dreaded disease. And how does it lead to cancer? Is through a genetic mutation of the cells. So all the cells get mutated. Once they get the required number of mutations, they form a clone, and then this clone of the cells, they spread, and then the person is affected with cancer. So question here is, what should a cell do if it gets a radiation damage? We'll be talking about it in future slides. So who gets the genetic effects of radiation? Exposed workers, the offsprings of the exposed workers. So they will you will see the genetic effects of radiation. So when we are talking about Hiroshima, Nagasaki, that is one of the classical cases where you can easily study the effect of the radiation, that they passed on these mutations to their next generation, and that mutation load and different kind of diseases were passed on, and the lifespan of the children born to those people who were exposed at the time was also very high. And that's why when I think in 2008, when there was a Fukushima nuclear power plant exposure to the tsunami, they didn't let anybody in the reproductive age group to go there and work on that power plant. They all invited all the retired old people who are not in the reproductive age to come and work, so that if they have any effects of that, it will not be transmitted to the next generation. Because to get the information whether that person has got the effect of radiation and how much radiation dose it has got, it's very difficult to calculate it at a lateral stage. So somatic effects of radiation, it changes the characteristics of the human blood, and the numbers, types, size, shape. I already told you about the erythema, and again, it depends upon the total dose rate, what type of body, how much of the body is exposed, and the region of the body which is exposed. So how radionuclides enter your body? They're small, they're very simple. Inhalation, you can inhale them, you can swallow them, you can absorb them, or through cuts also. If you have body cuts and you are working on radionuclides, then you can just I'll share with you an anecdote that happened with us in UT Southwestern. We were working. We got courier. One of our friend, he had asked for a courier of radionuclide. He ordered that material. So when the courier came, he delivered the product, but the intender didn't receive it. So after 24 hours, whole of the university was shut down to locate the package. That is how people are treating these kind of incidents very seriously. Whole of the university was shut down to locate that person who has taken that package, because package was not received by the person who intended it to receive. There are multiple stories associated with it, and how this radionuclides can be misused. And after we finish the lecture, I'll share few stories with you regarding the same. So I will not go to details, because I know you have already, Dr. was talking before me. He already told you about, they have a separate kind of a toilets for these patients. And because these radionuclides are also used in nuclear medicine these days. So what are the critical organs for these radionuclides? Radium has bone, strontium is also bone, cobalt is for the whole body, cesium is for large intestines, and iodine is for thyroid, because whenever a person they have to destroy an hyperactive thyroid, they use radioactive thyroid in nuclear medicine patients. Now talking about what are the model tumor systems, that how can we study these these radiation and effect of this radiation? Whatever we were talking till now was the effect of radiation, particularly generally incidental radiation, or the cancer treatment, when patients will get a cancer treatment. But how will you study in a lab? That is very, very important. So these model tumor systems, they are needed to assess the effectiveness of various fractions. And you can grow the tumors in the lab of different histological types, osteoma, sarcoma, and blood lymphocyte, leukemias, grow in the lab, and then you can propagate it, and you can expand it through transplantation in the animals. And you might have heard about the nude mice, and probably somebody might also have worked on these nude mice. They are the perfect model for working on human cancer models. I just need just a second. Mukesh, I need a glass of water. Okay, I need a glass of water. So, in laboratory animals, what kind of a laboratory animal? First, let's talk about the kind of laboratory animals which are used in research. The one very important animal which is used in research is mice. Then you go towards the rat, and then after rat you have pigs, you have monkeys, you have dogs, you have different type of animals. But most of that work where you are easily and differentially you can quickly finish the work is to work on the mice and rats. So what is the main idea behind this research? Main idea behind this research is to replicate as much as possible in a number of identical identical tumor means that they are derived from the same clone of the cells. So these same clone of cells, they should be identical, and you have to propagate it in a large number. So, and now because animal ethics teams are very strict in almost all universities, they are very strict towards the number of animals used. So you need to use as many less animals as possible for the experiments. So what is done? So a tumor is removed from a donor animal, and then a single suspension of the cells are prepared with there's an enzyme called trypsin. What does trypsin do? Trypsin is a protease. So when you put the tissue, what we do is that when we used to resecate the tumor from the animal, we used to take that tumor in a petri dish and cut it through possibly a scissor or a surgical blade, and do very small pieces of it. There will be very, very small pieces of that tissue in the petri dish only. We will do it, and after the petri dish, but that will be in presence of trypsin. So what does trypsin do is, when you manually resecate the tumor tissue, this trypsin will remove the cells from these tissues, and your suspension will have a lot of cells. Now you bring a very fine mesh. What's the need of that fine mesh? Because you will have a lot of residual tissue also, which is of no use, because that might create a problem in seeding of your cells. For that, you need to use a fine mesh, so that you need to filter those cells. So 10⁴ to 10⁶ cells. This is not 104, 106. This is 10⁴ to 10⁶ cells. They are inoculated subcutaneously into each recipient animal. Now it depends upon which animal and which organ and which type of cells you are using, because that will define, because if it's a breast cancer cell line where you need to inoculate it for the proper growth of that tumor, that will be already decided by the kind of experiments you are doing. So within days or weeks, you will have the tumors which you can palpate also, because if they are subcutaneous, you can easily watch them. And if you are working on a nude mice, they'll be visible to you that this is a tumor which is having a growth. So these are manipulations and probabilities, that how many animals and how many, what kind of cells you have done, what type of tumor it is, and then it will all be visible to you. And these are very, very critical experiments. So these are the 5 commonly used techniques. That is tumor growth measurements. Then is tumor care. That is the TCD assay. We will be talking about it. This tumor survival, which is determined by dilutions assay and lung colonies assay, and then the tumor survival using in vivo treatment. So I think we have enough time. So let us talk about the apoptosis in tumors. All of you might have read what is apoptosis. Apoptosis is a normal cell death. That's how we define it. If the cell death is normal, that cell death is called apoptosis. And it occurs both in normal tissues, it occurs in tumors, and it can occur simultaneously. Even if when the patient is getting irradiated, it can occur simultaneously in that patient. If there is a dose is low, the cells will go through apoptosis. So now there is something which you need to remember, that if the tumor which is responding to a relatively low dose of radiation, very low dose, then it generally means that the apoptosis is involved, because it's a programmed cell death that has led to that. That is leading towards the death of the cells. And when it peaks out, it peaks around 3 to 6 hours, not 5 hours, but it takes almost 6 hours to peak after the radiation. So this will be very, very important, that inducts this susceptibility to induction of apoptosis to determine the radiosensitivity. Suppose you are testing certain drugs for radiosensitivity. How radiosensitivity will help you in the treatment? Because if you understand and if you discover some drugs which have high radiosensitivity, those drugs can help you reduce the radiation burden in those patients, because you will be able to achieve the same kind of radiation treatment with a lesser dose if you have a radiosensitivity drug associated with it. So what has been found in the literature is that apoptosis has been found mostly in lymphomas. It has been essentially found absent in sarcomas and carcinomas. So what are the different ways of detecting this apoptosis? You have DNA fragmentation in tissue cells that you can check through various anti-specific anti-seras against the cell death pathways. And then there are COMET assays, there are the multiple assays. There are the already validated assays which can tell you that this cell death is due to apoptosis. And this is one slide where I would like to tell you that there are the mechanisms of cell death, and this is not a single process, it's a cascade of cell signaling, which mostly involves the caspase 8, caspase 9, caspase 3, caspase 6, and we have different kind of genetics, different kind of genes which are responsible for this apoptosis cascade. So what are the different techniques which are used for apoptotic cell death, and possibly in tissue sections? So suppose if you would like to know whether that through this radiation, if there has been a apoptotic cell death in a tumor which you had seeded, you just need to sack the animal and create a block, take a section of that slide and then you have to check for the morphology of the apoptotic cells. You will have a lot of help through hematoxylin, methylene green, and fluorescent microscopies. You can go through electron microscopy and see. You can look for DNA fragmentation. You can do a tunnel assay, and you can look for in situ hybridization for DNA strand breaks. And there are other different assays which I will not go deep into that. So this is one figure. One of the papers I was looking for is it's a Alzheimer's patient. So I was looking for this Alzheimer's disease patient, and I found that these are the apoptotic markers which you can really appreciate. That when the nucleus displays chromatin condensation, nuclear fragmentation, eosinophilic condensation, cytoplasmic, and this is a typical of a cell death process. So this is how you would look into the different types of issues after you have found about the radiation insult. Now coming to radiation tumor growth measurements. So why is it important to measure tumor growth? How would you know that the tumor growth is sufficient for you to understand the mechanisms of the cell seeding? How many cells you have to seed? So what you have to do is you have to daily measure the tumor so that you arrive at a point so that what is generally the criteria for your experiment. But as I already told you, it will take at least a week to 10 days for the palpable tumor to show. So what you do is you transplant a large number of transplanted tumors are prepared. So when these tumors grow to a specific size, for example, a diameter of 8 to 10 millimeters. So generally, when we used to do it in our lab, we used to wait up to 20 millimeter in rats and up to 6 or 7 millimeter in mice for the tumors to grow, and then they are treated according to the plan. So what is the process? So these transplanted tumors, they may be injected either orthotopically, or they can be in the tissues or sites of origin, or they can be done ectopically, like a subcutaneous injections in the intraperitoneal region or the intravenous injections. So what do you need for that experiment? That's very, very important, is you need specific inbred strains, same litter. Because I have seen most of the people who work on these, that people usually don't take care of the strains, but it is very, very important to have a same litter mates, because same litter mates are supposed to have a similar kind of a chromosomal constitution. And you can have a spontaneous mutation strains also. There are mice which are already available in the market who will develop a certain type of a tumor. If you give them an insult of radiation like a 2 gray or 4 gray, they will develop a kind of a tumor that's specific for that's called the transgenic. You can see that these tumors are grown, and this is a histology. This is a histological picture of that tumor. So what is a TCD assay? TCD assay is that this is the most important assay which is responsible for to the radiation therapy. So there in a large number of animals are taken, and then those animals which have tumors of the uniform size. So what is then done if they have tumors of the uniform size? Then these tumors are irradiated. These tumors are irradiated locally with graded doses, and the proportion of the tumors are locally controlled, and then they can be plotted. And if the 50% of the tumors are locally controlled, this quantity is highly repeatable from one experiment to another, then you are talking about the TCD assay. I will be talking about TCD assay here also in the next slide also. This is how TCD assay is done. So you inject mice with enough cells to form a tumor, then you irradiate it when it is almost 6 millimeters in diameter, and then you plot the growth and see if 50% of the tumors are receded. Now let us talk about the dilution assay technique. So this dilution assay technique was devised in 60s by Professor Hewitt and Wilson. So what they used is they first used to produce the in vivo cell survival assay, and then they use this technique, dilution assay. What does the word dilution assay, what does word dilution assay mean? Just a second. Sorry for small disruption. So what is a dilution? Dilution assay in itself will tell you that it is something which is related to dilution of the cells. So first it was actually both the scientists developed this assay for leukemia patients. So they used to draw blood of the leukemia patients and then seed these cells into the patient, seed these cells into the animals. So then what does they do now is it has been in turn used in different sarcomas and carcinomas nowadays. A single suspension is taken from an animal, and is from a tumor of an animal, and after that tumor, the same process is done. The cells are diluted, and after the cells are diluted, the number of cells which are required to transmit that tumor to the 50% of the animals is known as the TD50 in that, and this is plotted. So, and these in vivo dose response curves are obtained after this dilution assay. I already discussed these things. So just a minute, I just to add here is that what is the disadvantage of this dilution assay is that after these solid tumors are irradiated, that it's very important for the tumor to be disintegrated. So if this tumor is not disintegrated, it does not produce significant effects of the radiation, and it might produce very, very superficial results. This is a picture of a mouse which is irradiated, control mouse and irradiated mouse with serial dilutions, and how many cells are needed to produce 50% of the tumors in the mice. So same way, there's an assay called lung colony assay. I have not done many of these assays myself, so I'm not practically clear on these things, because most of them are already out of the labs now, because higher labs use much more modern assays now. But still, what are the lung colony assays? That this assay is used that when some single tumor cells are injected intravenously into the mice, and then these are grown in the lungs of these mice to have microscopic tumors which have a nodules of around 6, which have tumor nodules in almost 2 to 3 weeks. So in situ mice is treated, the tumor is excised, cell suspension is prepared, and the same cell suspension is given to different mice, and then they produce the colonies in the lung. So now I will be talking to you about something which is very, very important, is that how this all the biology is how we use it in the lab to ascertain the biological effects of this radiation. And you all know this picture. You might have seen this picture. This is a very, very common picture. You have read it 100 times. Now I need you to focus on two things. That's heterochromatin and euchromatin, how nucleosome model is made, and how that DNA is packed into a small 2 nanometer diameter DNA duplex. This is a nucleosome model and how DNA is packed around this core. So what are DNA damage responses? What I was telling you at that time was that you have to remember one very, very important thing. When cells will decide what to do, वो कब बोलेंगे कि हमें करना क्या है, हम क्या करें, वो इंसल्ट किस इंसल्ट पे वो क्या डिसीजन लेंगे, what will be their decision. So if a person gets a small dose, that the person has a robust DNA damage response system, so what will happen is that person will repair, the body will repair the damaged DNA. It will have no effects, but that response will be great. He will have no consequences of that. Another thing is when the DNA damage is too high. When the DNA damage is too high, what will happen in that case? In that case is that cells will directly go to necrosis, not even apoptosis. The cells will directly go to necrosis. So when the cells will be necrotic, there will be cell death and inflammation associated with it. Even still, that will be a radiation damage, but the consequences will be less. But then another thing comes in when there will be a faulty repair system, when the cells won't be able to decide whether to die or whether to save our cells. So what they will do is there is an effect called bystander effect also. What happens in a bystander effect is that the cells pass signal to the nearby cells of their decision to either go through apoptotic pathway or a necrotic pathway or a repair pathway. So through that process also, these cells will try to repair, but not having a huge DNA damage and not able to repair, they will repair in a most inconsequential manner. So that repair will be very, very drastic for the cells, and which one we are talking about mutation. We may be talking about a single mutation. Now here we are not talking about mutation. We are talking about a catastrophe where the genome is damaged at multiple points and genome is trying to repair itself. And then in that melee, there is high chances of development of a cancer. So, but we will be talking about DNA damage response. What is the DNA damage response, and what are the mystery molecules which are responsible for DNA damage, and how chromatin is responsible for DNA damage through ATP dependent activities, and how histone variants into nucleus are responsible for this response. So I already told you about ataxia telangiectasia. That's the AT phenotype. ATM is a very, very important gene for DNA damage repair. It's a DNA damage and repair has two basic pathways. That is a pathway called ATM and a pathway called ATR. So both processes are responsible for single and double strand break repair. If there's a single strand break repair, one process will activate, and if it's double strand break repair, another process will activate. So what ataxia telangiectasia patients, ataxia telangiectasia is actually a phenotype of a disease which have a mutation in a gene called, it's a DNA repair gene called ATM. And what does it have? They have an autosomal recessive complex multi-system disorder. In that progressive neurological impairment, cerebral ataxia, they have immunodeficiency, they have sinopulmonary infections, they have impaired organ maturation, high X-ray sensitivity, and already told you that they have high ocular and cutaneous telangiectasia, and they are always predisposed to malignancies. Then comes the story of a gene which has fascinated me, is the Morph. That's MOF. What is Morph? Morph plays an essential role in mammals during embryogenesis and oncogenesis. It's a very, very important. I'm going to show you some slides later on how Morph is important for embryogenesis and oncogenesis. And if this Morph gene is abrogated. What happens if this Morph gene is abrogated? This results in early embryonic lethality and death. Now you have to understand, you might be wondering that I have taken you from radiation biology, I'm putting you to some molecules, and why I am talking about ATM and I am talking about Morph. So if you look at the genetics, if you look at a map, genetic map, Morph modulates ATM. ATM is a very, very important gene in radiation-induced damage. That's why we are talking about those two genes here. What happens is that this lethality is correlated with loss of one epigenetic marker that's called histone H4 lysine 16 acetylation. And this could not be, and it cannot be rescued by inactivation of ATM or P53. That is very, very important point. So if this human Morph is depleted in cells, it will result in the loss of acetylation at lysine 16 of histone H4, and being highly conserved Morph protein, it is very important. It's a histone style transferase, and it has very, very important activities in oncogenesis and embryogenesis. So this is a picture which has been taken from a post-mortem tissue. Post-mortem tissue of a 80 patient. And you can look at the control and look at the post-mortem tissue of an 80 patient, and you can see the green dot which is visible in the control picture is not visible in the 80 phenotype, because that green dot is the ATM. That is ATM gene, which is very, very important. So these are some of the papers from our lab, which shows how human Morph is involved in the ATM function. Now, what are the basic epigenetic regulations? Epigenetic regulation, that's acetylation, methylation, and phosphorylation. I already told you Morph is responsible for acylating histone H4, and it has also been seen that it's a very, very important and critical factor for MSL complex in dosage compensation in Drosophila. We'll not be talking about the Drosophila from here onwards. So what does Morph do? So it leads to a G to M cell cycle arrest. It leads to nuclear morphological defects. It leads to spontaneous chromosomal aberrations. It leads to reduced transcription of genes. It leads to impaired DNA response. And I already told you, ATM is in an inactivated state, which is activated by radiation through the release of DNA PKC, but it's actually the Morph which is responsible for activation of the ATM. Now, if a patient, this study has not been published yet, but I will share the results with you. We are still working on the story. The patients who are having a good amount of Morph in their body, the expression of Morph, they have very less effects of radiation as compared to the patients where the Morph is abrogated or depleted, or the quantity is less as compared to the others. They will have a more serious consequential effects of radiation on that patient. And it's the Morph which is responsible for taking the decision whether the cell has to go towards the process of apoptosis or towards the process of necrosis. Most of the side effects of radiation induction in the patients is because of the side effects. The most of the patients who have a very poor quality of life after chemo and radio, not chemo actually, but the radiotherapy is because of the side effects of that radiation, because of production of high energy reactive oxygen species. And it has been shown that people who have a working Morph and a good expression of Morph, they have very less effects, and probably most of the cells go through apoptosis. Sorry, I didn't talk about this slide. So what is this? What we have done, this is a construct of a transgenic mice which I have developed. And what we have done is we have put this morph locus in such a position that when that mouse is 12 to 14 days old, this Cre gene will get activated, and then this Cre gene, once the Cre gene gets activated, it will chop off that morph from that locus. We have floxed this mice in such a way that this a gene which gets activated around 12 to 14 days postpartum, that gene in the baby offsprings of the mice, it will activate and it will cut the morph gene of that mice, and then we can see the phenotype in the mice. Sorry, there's something okay. Now, before reaching to this conclusion, we failed twice. Not a fail, but we got the results, but not the intended results. But I will show you. This is a mixed Cre. This is a mixed Cre mice. This is embryonic lethal. When we develop this mice, and because this mixed gene expresses in the embryos, so these cells will not go past 8 cell stage. I have sacked almost more than, I have done it for 6 to 8 months, probably a litter of 20 or 30 mice. We have always found these yolk sacs empty. So whenever we found these yolk sacs empty, we figured out that this mixed Cre might be embryonically lethal. Then we developed this LCK Cre mice. And once we developed this LCK Cre mice, what we saw is that in this LCK Cre mice, when we checked about the spleen and thymus, we found that when that LCK Cre plus in a flox mice, we saw that the thymus was very small and the spleen of that mice was enlarged. So this is these are the pictures of spleen and thymus, and you can really appreciate these pictures. And then we did it. The previous picture, you might wonder why I skipped it. This previous picture is in the background of P53 and P53 null background. I don't want to give you this information because that might, I don't want to confuse you with this thing. Then this is a very, very important technique. So if you ever gonna study radiation biology, you cannot skip chromosomal analysis. Genome instability assays are very, very important. And this is one very important assay, genome instability. In these mice, we have found that after irradiation, if these cells are depleted of Morph or ATM, they will have a chromosomal instability. If you looking at the green dots, these green dots are telomeres, and you can see that these telomeres are, if you look at the C2 picture, the white arrow here shows you a telomere which has been disintegrated from that, and a red arrow shows you chromosomes with no telomeres towards the end. Generally, a chromosome will have 4 telomeres. This is the damage, DNA damage, which is done through radiation. This is the cumulative survival of the mice, and we have seen that these LCK mice, they die before the stropulated time, and the cumulative survival is only 65 weeks. And in this picture, this is after irradiation. Okay, so IR means that we have irradiated these mice, and after irradiation, we have found that the mice which lacked this gene, their survival was drastically reduced to 60 weeks. So This is the MCB cover page, which we were fortunate to have. That we showed here that this Morph depletion, they results in IR, that is irradiation-induced gamma-H2SA foci appearance. Gamma-H2X foci appearance is very, very important, significant signature for DNA damage. So if going further, we saw that after irradiation, that these, after we irradiated, there are 4 different types of cell lines. That's a control sRNA, that is HMorph and sRNA, and then it's HMorph and siRNA. And these are different treatment protocols. And we saw that after irradiation, the cells with gamma-H2X foci, they were more in the cells where the Morph was depleted. So what does it show us? It shows that the ablation of mouse Morph gene, it results in embryonic lethality, and thus such lethality correlates with the loss of H4K16 acetylation, and this acetylation has an epigenetic signature, and both this is IR sensitive. So we asked a question whether this Morph has a role in post-mitotic survival. Which is present in the brain. So these are the 2 mice, which are, one is a Cre negative mice. That means that it has the Flox gene, but it will not have a Cre will not be active. Cre is an enzyme which will cut that gene. And then another one be a Cre plus mice. You can see the size of the mice also. And then you can see the brains. These are the brains of the 2 mice, and the brain of the mice with the Cre plus is smaller than as compared to the brain, normal brain of the mice. So we have done a calibindin staining. Calibindin is a specific kind of a stain which stains Purkinje cells, and you can see this calibindin staining the Purkinje cells, and red color is for calibindin, and green color is for H4K16 acetylation. And this is the nuclear localization of Morph here in the Purkinje cells of the brain. And now look at this picture carefully, that once we deleted this Morph from the brain of these cells, what happens is there has been a severe depletion of Purkinje cells in the brain of this mice, and by 65 days, generally mice lives up to 120 days, but in this case, by 65 days, the whole of the Purkinje cells in the mice were gone. So what effect it had on the mice? This is GFAP staining, which shows the loss of GFAP staining in the Morph Cre mice, Cre plus mice. So this is the frequency of the Purkinje cells were also lost. And when we checked about food intake, body weight, and cumulative survival, there always points out towards the very, very important role of Cre. So when we irradiated these mice, and Cre plus and Cre negative mice, none of the Cre plus mice survived that irradiation. We are still working on that what led it to the same kind of a dose which was given to both the mice, Cre plus and Cre negative, and what led to the death of we could not have a surviving mice so that we could see it. All the mice died in the study. So this is a 54-year-old mice. You can see the lining. You can see here the dots, small dots. They're all Purkinje cells, but there are no Purkinje cells on the other picture, which is of a Cre plus mice. So this led to a very, very important phenotype. That's the backward walking in the mice. So when the Purkinje cells started depleting in the cells, the mice started walking backwards. I hope this plays the picture. I'm sorry, there's some problem with the video. It's not showing integration. So we'll move forward. And that mice has started walking backwards, and that was then we did some behavioral tests for the mice, and we found that this mice fails in all of the tests, all of the constant rotor rod, accelerating rotor rod tests. We did platform test, stationary rate, or these are basic tests which has nothing to do with radiation biology. So I'll be skipping these things. Then we did a fingerprint footprint of the mice test, and we can see the footprints of the mice in the below picture, and you can see and appreciate that this is having a lot of confusion whether it needs to walk forward or backwards, and then possibly the mice walks backwards only. So I'll show you this slide, and I'll thank you all for this. What this slide is showing, that this is a DNA fiber assay after irradiation for after treating the cells for IDU and CLDU, and this will give you the DNA replication restart experiments, and this will help you in assessing the DNA damage replication restart through radiation also. So in summary, what we saw was that H4K16 is a very important signal for generation of effective DNA damage response, and it is responsible for both the pathways of DNA double-strand break repair, ATM pathway and ATR pathway. So, and it was a very, very important finding that these chromatin alterations to double-strand break, they trigger ATM phosphorylation in mammalian cells, which is abrogated if the Morph is depleted. So Morph is responsible for both non-homologous adjoining and homologous recombination DNA damage and repair pathways. And Morph is a kind of a molecule which is very, very important for IR-induced, that is radiation-induced DNA damage. So this is a picture which you should keep it in your memory, that Morph is responsible for H4K16 installation through ionizing. If there is an insult that, or you have treated those cells with or mice with ionizing radiation, it will activate ATM. This ATM will in turn activate DNA PKC, which DNA PKCs will activate non-homologous adjoining. In other ways, ATM will activate SCP3 through homologous recombination. And these are the markers which will let you know about the homologous adjoining and HR. That's H2AX, gamma H2AX, 53BP1, MDC1, HSFB1, and RAD51. This is very, very critical proteins for DNA damage and repair. And I thank my past team, my present team, my postdoc mentor, Professor Tej Pandita, and other lab members, and my present team members, Dr. Ruchisha, Dr. Sonali Verma, Dr. Girish Chandra, Dr. Amrita Bhatt, Dr. G.R. Bhatt, Dr. Divya, Bhavani, Rajeshwar, and all other colleagues who work with me in the lab. We are still working on DNA damage. We don't have the animal models right now, but we are working on DNA damage. And recently also we have discovered a new gene in breast cancer. We have published it in Frontiers in Genetics, but maybe next time we will be talking about it. I'll be happy if you ask me something which I know, and I'll be happy to answer you those questions.
Thank you, Dr. Rakesh. So, audience, if you have any questions, I see one question in the chat box. That question is from Antra. If RBCs are highly radiosensitive, do we prefer radiotherapy in osteosarcoma, as it can induce mutations in erythroid cells and might make the patient susceptible to blood cancer such as polycythemia vera?
I think, just a minute, I lost, I'm not able to see all of you. That's okay. I think I'm not the right candidate for this answer, because this answer should technically go to a clinician.
You can remove your slides, then maybe you can see us.
Yeah, I'm not.
You can stop sharing, then probably you can see us.
Wait a minute. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably because if the treatment protocol is suggestive of a radiation therapy, but if there is side effects, doctors do take care of that protocol. I am not sure about it because I am not a doctor, so, or a radiation oncologist. So probably a radiation oncologist is better to talk about that. I don't want to give information which is half correct. So
are there any other questions from audience?
Yes, ma'am.
Please go ahead.
Sir, loss of the body organ is also the side effect of the radiation. Like in one slide, it is because of the side effect of the radiation.
I didn't get you. Can you repeat it because your voice broke in.
Sir, in your slide, you have shown most of the side effects of the radiation or the post effect of the radiations.
Okay.
So in one slide, you have shown that there is the loss of the body organ. Like in one slide, you have shown the finger is lost. So it is also because of the radiation side effect or other thing.
No, it's a radiation side effect. That is what is shown here. No? It's a radiation side effect. I don't know. You might be too young. As I promised, I'll tell you. I think in 2008, in Delhi University, a nuclear radiator was dismantled in 2008. So they didn't. The persons who dismantled the cesium chloride based irradiator, they were not knowing about that what was inside that. So it went to a scrap dealer. It's a recent development. It's not that too old. So it went to a scrap dealer. When scrap dealer broke that instrument, one of the labor who was working found that something is very glittery. He took it inside his pocket to home. So once he took that thing inside his pocket to home, and next day he had burn injuries whole over his body. That's what it's not a secret report. It's in the newspapers. I was in US at that time in radiation biology, and it was a very big news in the US in our department that how India is treating its irradiators. And then next day we saw that government has blocked everything, and they have charged the faculty who have done that scrap, who have sold that to scrap, and that person died, who had taken that thinking that it might be some gold or platinum, and that person died. He had severe radiation damage. So these are some kind of damages that, yes, organs are damaged because of that. And the government tried to figure out where he traveled, with whom people he traveled in bus, but they were not able to, I think, guess that thing. And it was very close. It was in Delhi University only.
Sir, I know it was a very silly question, but that has arising in my mind, so I just wanted to ask.
Okay. No question is silly. No question is silly.
Sir, actually, you have mentioned about the Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the side effect of the radiation, and you have mentioned that the mutation is passing from generation to generation.
Yes.
So, sir, can we think that in future that there is any way to stop the mutation that is caused by the radiation, and we can stop that it has not transmitted from one generation to another generation?
No, it's very difficult that until you don't allow them to have babies, this mutation will transfer. So because they are all of marriageable age, you cannot, as a human, as an ethical thing, you cannot ask them to not get married. But yes, genetic counselings, but that might be, they might have
not get married is not the solution of this problem, I think.
No. I mean,
Komal, if I may add a little bit here.
Yes,
when we are talking of radiation-induced mutations, they are not very new and unique mutations. Actually, what is happening, the frequency of already existing mutations increases, right? Okay. So when we talk of population which gets exposed to radiation, what we are trying to say, we can go in for genetic counseling. What are the chances that those mutations would be transmitted further, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So those things are to be taken into consideration. Okay. It is like that, right?
Thank you, ma'am.
It is not that you can stop people from going ahead in their life, but you can do genetic counseling and understand what is the situation, right?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions?
Hello, Dr. Rakesh. Vijay here.
Hi, sir. How are you?
First of all, very nice talk. And thank you very much for giving this talk. My question is regarding MOF. Yeah. So what is shown lesson that this MOF, if you knock out MOF in hematopoietic stem cell, we see, let's say hematopoietic stem cell defect. But what is not so far clear, how does the MOF let's say, is causing hematopoietic stem cell defect. Also, we see the defect in B cell, T cell, everything goes down, correct? The knockout. Is it really due to the, let's say, DNA damage? Do you see, have you checked, is it known that MF knockout HSCs shows more DNA damage compared to, let's say, wild type? Are they more sensitive to hematopoietic stem cell?
Yeah, I will answer. There are two parts of this answer. One is that when we saw that morph in a hematopoietic stem cells, because once we'll abrogate the hematopoietic morph in the hematopoietic stem cells, they will be highly sensitive to radiation. That those cells will not, they will not survive. Radiation, even if it's a small dose of radiation, they will die. And another part is we saw that morph is very critical, irrespective for both embryogenesis, even if there is no radiation insult. In terms of embryogenesis, if there is no radiation insult, even then morph is very important. We could not even get even one mice with the and they were all conditionally floxed mice. They were not something which were not conditionally. We could not get even all yolk sacs were empty. And this is very, very important because that was in the embryogenesis. Now, in terms of oncogenesis, which is also in terms of the hematopoietic stem cells, is that this morph was very important. Once we ablate it and once they get depleted, there is oncogenesis in that.
Is it known, or do you know whether, let's say we have to call disease called, neutropenia or MDS myelodysplasia syndrome, where we have loss of myeloid cell, for example. Anybody check, or is it known whether morph is mutated or is there loss of expression in?
Not many people have actually worked on this this gene. I'm not sure about that, if it has been characterized in the other diseases or not.
Thank you.
May I? Yeah, sure. Please, there is one more question from Professor Dwarkanath.
No, not a question. I wanted to add to the discussion between Professor Rakesh and then Dr. Robert. See, morph is basically an acetyltransferase. Okay, so one can understand it is something like touching calcium, not as bad, not as notorious. So anything that involves in the chromatin transaction, whether it is differentiation, proliferation, repair, or anything, so it is reasonable to expect that if your chromatin remodeling, which is critical at various biological functions, is impaired either due to morph malfunctioning, lack of morph, it is certainly going to affect. Now the question is there a very definitive and only specific effect of morph manipulation? The answer to that, I'm not a morph specialist. It's Tej who works on morph. I think Rakesh is probably Tej's student, postdoc, I guess. Morph is less likely to have a very specific role in one cell and totally different role in another cell. An acetyltransfer will remain an acetyltransferase no matter where. But your question of a possible more impact or less impact of manipulated morph in stem cells as compared to the differentiated cells is very valid, not because morph is different, but because of the role of morph in the stem. This whole the business of a balance between differentiation and is very critical. Therefore, I would tend to think more than in differentiated cells, morph would probably be very critical. Now, the question of also the relationship between morph and the DNA damage response, as Rakesh was discussing, whether morph activates ATM or ATM activates morph, is probably, it is something like a reverse 9-6 relationship. If I'm right, Rakesh?
ATM is always in the inactive form, and morph is one which we have seen that morph is the one which is activating ATM. In addition to it is actually the DNA PKC, which was actually the original molecule which was thought to activate DNA, activate ATM. but it's the Morph which is regulating the ATM for activation.
Have studies been done by knocking off Morph and show that in response to DNA damage, ATM doesn't get activated?
We have to look for that.
If that is not done, how I can unequivocally say that Morph is upstream to ATM? That's what I'm saying. It's something like a 6-9 relationship, you know.
Yeah, sir, I just want to add here, for example,
please, sir.
You know, Scott Armstrong, you know, it's in Boston. They made also conditional knockout Morph. So what was really surprising, if you look at the adult hematopoietic stem, you know, adult hematopoietic stem cell and fetal liver stem cell. So in the knockout mice, the fetal liver stem cell, they are not much affected. So when they took, you know, fetal liver hematopoietic stem cell, they re-transplantation assay, the self-renewal repopulating capability was, you know, more or less same. But in contrast, from the same, when they take adult hematopoietic stem cell, HSCs, so their repopulating capacity was completely compromised. So we do see, you know, let's say somehow maybe in fetal liver hematopoietic stem cell, the function is getting, let's say, some other acetylation, you know, let's say, enzymes may be taken care of. And in contrast, again, the T cell is highly sensitive. So because, you know, so this S3K4, what is also interesting, that is a Morph, but they also recruit, you know, repressive complex. For example, TEC3 goes and bind and recruit another enzyme, which is like PRC3 complex, and repressing nearby genes. So one hand it is activating function, but at the same time, it also recruiting repressive complex in certain promoters. So I think this will be really, really interesting in your case, for example, in your knockout mouse.
Yeah.
Whether I said, you know, this function.
I have some other studies also, but because it was a different kind of a platform, so
yeah, I completely understand.
Someday we'll definitely like to, and I will like to interact with Professor Dwarkanath also, and put his suggestions to work also, and how we can put those things and actually make Morph responsible for these actions.
No, but the point that Dr. Rawat made is very pertinent, and it's reasonable to expect that Morph will have a more stronger influence. It is relative, more stronger influence as we move up the differentiation as compared to down the differentiation, simply because, you see, from a very primitive cell, it has to move forward, and it would probably do with very minimal things as an expectation. There could be innumerable things, but as you differentiate, some of the things you have left behind, and therefore your dependency on things that are available gets stronger. And if Morph happens to be one, and if you manipulate, certainly the differentiated cells would be more susceptible to a primitive cell. So that way, it's very reasonable to expect. As I said, I'm not an MOF, but my interest in Morph is very rudimentary. I just know Tej's work because my interaction, and I know that he worked with Morph. And Morph itself is very interesting also from the behavior. I think it has a very funny moment because it's a cerebellum localized. He was showing a lot of pictures on Purkinje cells.
Yeah, we actually, that is very interesting. Videos didn't play actually. We discovered this backward, it was like 1.5 years in the lab, and I saw, when I was preparing those mice, and I told Tej one day, that Tej, these mice walk backwards. He said,
backwards.
No, he said, it's not possible. I smuggled a video, my cell phone camera inside the animal house, which was not allowed. I took a video of that and showed it to him. He said, you replicate it. We replicated it into a number of mice and we found it. And then we came to this study, and luckily we published it in PNAS, and it got published. And it's a good study actually. We are still working on that mice, but as I also left that lab, and then I started my own lab. We're still working on DNA damage, but they're not rat models. So these things get left behind. But yes, there is a lot of work which is still required in that field, which can be done. With Professor Rawat in JNU, we will probably thinking of doing.
So you can have more collaborations and work further on this.
Ma'am, I owe you a lot of things. So once I'll be there.
It's okay. So I hope there are no more questions. Are there any more questions? So we would like to thank Dr. Rakesh for a nice presentation and invoking a discussion, and it will help you further. So I think we'll stop here and we'll break for lunch.
Yeah, so I
hand it over
before
to
so before Savio speaks, I would like to say one thing here, that after lunch I'll be talking on say the work what is happening in my lab, and then we will be talking. There will be practicals for hands-on practicals, and we will be the same practicals will go on in the labs with around 20 students, but for the online students, we will discuss those practicals with the videos. So first there will be 1 hour when there is a lecture, followed by the discussions and practicals. Hands-on practical means virtual mode practicals. And offline practicals will also occur for the Ayurveda biology students and few of the molecular medicine students. So Ayurveda biology students should come here around 2. And now over to Savio.
So we thank you all the speakers for the beautiful talk, for the very enlightening talk. And the chairpersons, Professor Baljinder Singh and Dr. Ashu Kantiku, for their excellent management, and for the discussion, the enlightening discussion that we had. So now let's head for lunch, and we'll meet again at 2 p.m. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Please come back to
Thanks a lot.
Sharp.
Thanks a lot for giving me an opportunity, and thanks Professor Vijay for connecting me to this GIAN course, and so that I could also share. I already told Professor Vijay that yahan rang lag gaya. We have not been speaking from last 2-3 years, so we have to start afresh from that place.
Nahin.
Thank you all.
It's good to see you, Rakesh. I don't know if you remember. Did you come for the ATM meeting in 2012?
2001. Yes.
Delhi ATM meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
Thank you.
Good to see you, buddy from Tate's lab. Good. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Sir, would you join to us after lunch? Okay, I'll talk to you. Okay, bye-bye.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Fabio?
Yes,
We need to start the session. You have to remove this slide. You're not looking at the time. Okay.
Okay.
Fine. So just fine. So hello everybody. I'll be talking about something related to the radiation which is occurring in my lab, which is being done in my lab, and in between I will also talk about the a few techniques of the molecular biology, radiation biology, which is being done. And as you know that I'm one of the I'm actually the organizer of this course, and I am organizing in this. We have organized this course. There were certain reasons to organize this course, because I wanted to see that so I will be organizing this course. I organized this course for two reasons. I don't know whether you agree with me or you don't agree with me. See, radiation is one of the very important point. Savio, मेरी picture नहीं आ रही है. When you are speaking, it is there, but mine is not there. Okay.
Your picture is visible.
No, I know, but you are full screen here. चलो कोई नहीं, मुझे तो अपनी slide ही share करनी. So it is like that so whenever if you talk about the radiation, there are two different facets of the radiation. One is where radiation is used as a medicine, and the second thing is that radiation causes can be disastrous if it is in the wrong hands, if it is in the hands of the terrorist, and or even sometimes some very politically also, if it is being utilized for the threatening by one country to another country, or that is one civilization to another civilization, it is also something which is very, very disturbing to all of us. So I just wanted to point out here, so what in that manner we decided this proposal, and there is one problem, that radiation is one area which is not being taught at many places, and wherever it is being taught, it is being only taught as a one particular course of say 30-40 lectures, and either the only biology is being taught, or only nuclear medicine is being taught, or only in terms of the medical physics courses it is being taught. But as far as it requires as the whole radiation biology course or radiation course, it is not being it is a science which is actually disappearing from the university systems, or the some of the say national laboratories are there. So that is why we took an initiative that we will try to educate certain students in this area. Why? Because it is not being taught at other places, so none of your teachers ever tell you that you can do PhD in this area, you can go to BARC, you can go to DAE institutions, you can go to the to some of the institutions like nuclear medicine and life sciences in Mars. There are several institutions where people who are trained in the radiation, run of the mill, everybody wants to train into the cancer biology, but cancer biology is being monitored by from the radiation as a tool also, and it is also being discussed as one of the a lot of information about the cancer biology or about any medicines, about the therapeutic approach of the cancer has come from the radiation. And there is another thing, a lot of irradiation methodologies are being used to irradiate our food and to make it infection free. Lot of irradiated crops are being maintained. So we we actually included one particular topic on agriculture, but somehow we could not somehow we could not bring it to you because of the paucity of the time, because we thought that there are certain portions which we have to exclude out of this course, otherwise more important portion will be left. And there is one thing which say everybody thinks that radiation is something which does always something bad. So that was also one information which I wanted to give, which we wanted to give to you. And I also wanted to tell all of you that if you work in some such area where less number of people are working, your chances of absorption as a faculty, as a researcher, as a kind of a what I would say that as getting some kind of a job will increase as compared to you keep on doing working on only those areas where you already have lot many people who are working or trained. So the competition will be higher, and you will, and one area which can be which can really fetch you a good research job or good challenging job. And our own nation requires more and more people trained in the area of radiation. And I'm not talking about the radiation biology. I am talking about any area of radiation which you have come across in last 5 days. So that is why we have for example, I would like to tell you that I am a chemist, and I never been trained on the radiation till 1998-99, when I was first of all Professor Vinay Jain, who was the director in Mass, and Dr. Anil Mishra and Dr. Dwarkanath introduced me to this word of radiation biology. And there also they asked me to synthesize a small molecule because I was a chemist. And so I just started my journey, and then I found out that there are a lot of things which are required to be done in this area, and we are not able to do it. As you heard yesterday, whosoever has attended Dr. Vikram Badrasen's lecture, and all of the dignitaries whom you heard, and I tell you, even I have not heard so much about the radiation which I heard in last 5 days. And so I would like to tell you that there are number of radiation societies in India, at least 4, 5, 6 registered societies are there. They promote such kind of a courses. Lot of opportunities are there in terms of getting a job. And what Vikram said, I would like to tell you here that you have to understand that Professor Vikram mentioned over here that there are so many questions are unanswered and we are stuck. His first line was there that we are stuck and we want maybe some new students can find some answers for us from there. So we were, so you can understand a person of his stature is telling you very clearly that there are lots and lots of opening, lots of unanswered questions are there. Please try to look into that. Fine. And now it has become a, I would say that now it has become more very, say, I would say fashionable to talk about the cancer biology, to talk about the infectious diseases there. But because people try to do whatever is everybody is doing. So they think if I will enter into some very challenging area, maybe I may never get a paper, maybe I never get a PhD, maybe I never get a recognition. So there are people like you only who have chosen this area and contributed a lot in your own country and all over the world. And lots of grants are available in this area, because if you apply grants in this area, your chances of getting grants will be more as compared to the other area. But the only thing you have to make people understand that what you really want to do and why it is required to do. So that's what one student asked, that radiation causes cancer, and one of the very eminent speakers said, no, radiation doesn't cause cancer. He did not agree with that. Fine. Although there are there are secondary tumors are obtained because of the radiation, but there are no such one-way report because of the Hiroshima, Nagasaki, or several nuclear plant, Chernobyl or other accidents. There have been patients there who are suffering with the cancer, but they are suffering with so many other diseases also. So yes, radiation above a limit, it is a harmful thing, but it is very useful also. And lots of diagnostic today is completely dependent on the radiation. And if these kind of machines with which you have been introduced in last 3-4 days were not being given, and you will be amazed to know about it, that these machines were developed because of the radiation biologists, because radiation biologists told people that these kind of a fractionation of the radiation is required. We required the single laser beam, we required the focused beam, we require, so their results only suggested, and by their results, the people who are producing the machines, they went back, the manufacturers went back and tried to tell you that and try to tell you that how we have to really try to create a better and better state-of-art machine and state-of-art facility today, which is helping mankind for different kind of a thing. So all the best. So on the basis of all these things, I would like to tell all of you that so I am today going to talk a small portion of work from my lab, and I will run that presentation in such a mode that I would like to tell you some details, although you have been very well told radio protection, radio mitigator, radio sensitizer, lots and lots of things are being told, so I will not repeat it. And after this presentation, I will just try to inform you that what kind of a projects can be done. You have heard Dr. Dwarkanath, he told you about 2DG, his own work. There was Anand told something of some of his work. Rakesh, some of the people have included their own work also for you, so that you know that what kind of a work can be done. And so now I would like to share my screen over here. And so I have not created this presentation for this talk. This is a common presentation which was there. So I would like to, here I'm going to talk on this particular slide. I would like to tell you that I will be talking more and more about a small molecule which we have developed in our laboratory, and that molecule causes the these molecules causes the protection of the normal tissue. This molecule is a small synthetic molecule which we synthesized in our laboratory, and we took the lead from one of the existing knowledge in the literature that certain bisbenzoazoles are the free radical quencher, and all of us know in the radiation free radical is generated, and that free radical, if it can be quenched, it can cause the radiation protection. So from there we have taken the knowledge. So we synthesized almost a library of 150 molecules in our lab, and from there we moved to we found one molecule which was showing us a kind of a, so that was the molecule which is known as so DMA offers, so the title of my talk here says DMA offers protection against radiation-induced xerostomia and radiation syndrome in patient-derived xenograft of oral squamous cell carcinoma. So what does it mean actually? this sentence itself says that when you say oral squamous cell carcinoma, so yesterday you were listening about head and neck cancer. In head and neck cancer, there are several sites, and one site is oral site. And this oral sites are called as and one particular site called as the oral site, which is on the inside your mouth. And why it is very important in the context of India, because in India, a lot of people chew the tobacco, and because of the tobacco chewing, the number of oral squamous carcinoma is more in India as compared to any other country. So on the basis of that, I'll go little slow so that you understand. Now the question is what is xerostomia? So what happened that when you suffer with this kind of a carcinoma, the surgeons, they try to remove that portion of the cancerous portion from your body, or they try to irradiate it, or they try to use the chemotherapy. And more or less in case of the oral squamous cell carcinoma, surgery and radiotherapy is more prevalent as to then the chemotherapy comes. It depends on the people who are, it depends on the condition. And there is one thing which you must be knowing, that there are staging and grading of cancers are there. So most of the time, if third grade and fourth stage, or third stage or fourth stage, third stage, most of the time, if the fourth stage or third stage cancer patients are come to the to the hospital, they need to be treated immediately, and they find it more relevant to remove that particular portion where the cancer is spread. In that process, when they do radiation of the mouth, so there are salivary glands are there, and those salivary glands get damaged, and a person, although he or she survives, but his lifestyle becomes quite damaged, and he or she is not able to so he or she is not able to concern about it. And now I would so they are not able to deal about it, and they are more or less being they are more or less have to be remain along with the bottle. They carry a bottle along with them all over the places, and when they carry these bottles, those bottles are having a water or saliva there, and they cannot eat anything, they cannot swallow anything. So there are a lot of problem, and this problem is called as the xerostomia. So I am trying to talk about that, and I tell you one thing, that head and neck squamous cell carcinoma is one of the cancer in which oral squamous also, which is one of the branch of that. The major problem is this, that the HNSCC patients do not survive. 50% of them have die because of this cancer, or whatever 50% are surviving today, they are not having their life becomes hell, because they are not properly eat it, they are not properly they have to be on the fluid diet. Lot of problems are there. I'm not saying every patient, but with a good number of patients it is there. And there is another problem, that there is a major recurrence in those patients. So for looking for all these things, we require a molecule which can save the salivary glands with the radiation effect. So with all these things, so because you have been already told what is the radioprotector, so I'm not going to tell you about that. And the molecule of interest, which I will be talking all the time, will be DMA. And DMA is a benzimidazole molecule, which is this molecule. And this is the molecule, and we synthesized it in our laboratory. Now, before say in last say 10 years, we have found out that what is the mechanism of action of this molecule. So this molecule is a minor groove binder. It goes and binds to the minor groove, and when it binds to the minor groove, anything which binds to the DNA, anything which goes and binds to the DNA, it is As all of us know, is my presentation is visible? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
So when it something goes and binds to the DNA, as all of you know, that in every gene there is a say promoter site, or there is a DNA binding domain or Tata binding domain. Tata domain is there. So anything which goes binds to that domain, it affects the downstream effect, the transcription factors, and it has been found. I'm not going into the detail of that, but it has been found that it actually affects the number of say genes which are responsible for the number of genes which are responsible for the cell survival, and they have found that this particular molecule goes and binds to the cells and DNA, and then downstream it affects the AKT, and it increases the phosphorylation of AKT, and after the AKT downstream signals the IKK phosphorylation, and then IKK alpha and IKK beta. Downstream they affect the IK beta, which is found in the say outside the nucleus, and then it moves to the nucleus once it is bound to the, once it is being activated, and when it goes inside the nucleus, it IK beta gets abrogated and it releases the NF kappa B, which was bound to it, and now NF kappa B is one of the molecule which is again responsible for the pro survival pathway or the in the cells. And so similarly, we have also find that this particular molecule inhibits the expression, reduces the expression of P53, caspase 9, BAD, and CREB, which are the some of the genes which are responsible for the apoptosis. And there is again here, when I'm showing you IL-6, I'm showing another response where apoptosis is being down-regulated. So as yesterday you must have seen that some people told you, some of the speakers told you that there is always a balance required. You may have a molecule which can sensitize also tumor later on because it is binding to an organelle, and its total effect is its radioprotecting effect is more than what it has damaged the DNA. So there is always a balance is required between that. But in our case, in our molecule, we have done a lot of preclinical studies, almost 5 to 10 years of study on this molecule, and we have refined it, and we have found it in different models that this molecule acts as a radioprotector, and it protects the normal tissue, and it has a different pathway in tumor tissues as compared to the normal tissues. So now, I'm not going into all these things there, and I have told you in summarize you that head and neck cancer is something which is very, very important. And now one thing which we need to understand over here, that they are trying to tell you that how many total number of cancer cases were there, what is the, and then in the Indian geography they are trying to tell you, and then they are trying to tell you that how many numbers of HNSCC, that is the head and neck cancer, is there, and what are the risk factors. So cigarette smoking, alcohol, smokeless tobacco, and this is very important in India. And what kind of a smokeless tobacco causing cancer? Khani, mawa, pan, zarda, snuff, mishri. So there are betel quid chewing also causes. Then tobacco consumption in India, it is growing continuously. It is growing, although government is taking so many regulations, but it is still rising, and that is why the oral cancers are also being rising. And the major concern of the radiation oncologist, if you go to the hospitals who are treating clinicians is there, that we are treating our cancer patients in the similar manner as they are being treated in the Western countries. We have no different modalities of treatment. Whereas there, cancer occurs because of the alcohol or cigarette smoking. Here, it occurs because of the tobacco chewing. So there is a challenge there. Everybody wants to know that whether the signature of the gene being or upregulated or downregulated or being mutated in the Indian patient is different as compared to the patients which are being exposed to the cigarette or alcohol consumptions in Western countries. So there is always, so people are saying that please do NGS of more and more, next generation sequencing of more number of people, sequencing of their tissues in order to know that what is the reason of this particular cancer. So I'm not going into the head and neck cancer because this I have given you just a feel about it. So, but let me tell you one thing, that it is a very heterogeneous cancer. Why it is a heterogeneous? There are so many sites which are included in head and neck cancer. So you can understand here, pharynx, mouth. So this portion comes in head and neck cancer. So that is also one problem, that that less number of people work in this area because there are so many sites where they have to consider if you are, they don't know whether they have to, if they are giving some kind of a treatment to a person who is having a pharyngeal cancer or nasopharyngeal cancer or the tongue cancer, or they are having some kind of esophageal, even of the upper region of the esophagus. So whether they have to be treated with the same therapeutic modalities or the different modalities should be there. Still, it is not clear to the there. And most of the time it has been found, because head and neck cancer was largely being under the radiation treatment. So most of the cancer cells which are being found are getting more and more radio resistance also. So they become more, and I think you were very well told about the mucositis by one of the speakers. So, and he very elaborately told you that what is mucositis. So mucositis is also one of the reasons of the radiation, not in only head and neck cancer, in other cancers also it has been found. So when you have to evaluate a molecule, what kind of things you will do? Say the first thing, when we do any thing with the drug and the radiation, what we do, that there is one gold standard assay which was shown to you by, elaborated to you by Professor Dwarkanath, was the clonogenic assay. What is this clonogenic assay? Means if you elaborate any cells and then you replate after the radiation, you will find that most of this cells are being so when you look at those cells and then you replate them, and then when you see that how many colonies have come out of that, and from there you come to know that how a particular cells are, how particularly radiation has affected the growth of a particular cell. And clonogenic, you can do directly growth kinetics assay, which is just plate the cells, then irradiate it. After irradiating it, again come back, again replate it after irradiation, because of the radiation they start floating cells, and then you again let them adhere, and then you count them after every 24 hours or 12 hours, or you can do growth kinetics after every 4 hours, you can do growth kinetics by every 6 hours, 8 hours, and then you can go up to 72 hours and check that cells are getting dividing or not, cells are being, the number of cells are increasing or not. And you will find that, so that is called as the normal growth kinetics of the cells. But when you do clonogenic assay, the colony formation occurs in 7 days, 10 days, 11 days. So you find that you are able to see even the effect of the radiation, even up to after a certain time also. So that gives you a real picture that what has happened because of the radiation. So Dr. Dwarkanath has we also, similarly, we did the clonogenic assay, we do growth kinetics assay, cell survival assay. We have been doing a lot of these assays. And so all of us have been trying to do these assays. And so you have to do certain assays to understand the effect of the radiation. So in the similarly, it is mentioned here that we have chosen nasopharyngeal cell line. We have checked what is happening in the presence of DMA and in the absence of the DMA in the irradiated cell, whether saliva secretion is increasing or decreasing. We have tried to do, we have made the patient-derived xenograph model. What do you mean by that? Patient-derived xenograph means you take the tumors of the actual tumor tissue of from the patient, bring it to your lab from the hospital, and then you install it inside the animal. And you can install the whole tissue inside the animal. You can make the cell suspension and you can do it. You can make the slurry of it and you can do it. So in a different manner, people try to make the xenograph model, and that is called as the PDX or patient-derived xenograph. Here, so, and then we have tried to see that there is one protein which is called as AQP5. AQP5 are the salivary gland channels, and we tried to see that their numbers were restored in the presence of radiation and DMA or not. And then we have tried to see the stemness of cells. So how did, because it is known that because of the radiations, the CD44 cells, which is the antigen surface marker of the radiation of the cells, of the stem cells, they get increased. So we wanted to see what is happening when we treat it with the DMA. So I won't go, I will not go in the detail of this. This is called as the migration assay. What do you mean by migration assay? So when you irradiate the cells start migrating. And if the migration will increase, then cell will move more and more from one organ to another organ, and the chances of the irradiation will be increased. Chances of the metastasis may increase. So we treated the molecule with treated the cells. We did it. You can see here that here this kind of a say. This whole line is showing you that the cells are here, but because of irradiation, they migrated up to certain area. But when you give in the treatment with the radiation along with the DMA, the migration was reduced. So this is what we are trying to say, that the DMA is reducing the migration of the cells. This is the one of the plot which we have graph plot, and we have tried to show the same thing here. And in every plot you will see that we are also using only DMA also, because you have to show that drug itself is not harming the cell. You have to, the concentration which you are using, it should not harm the cells, because it is a xenobiotic you are adding to the cells. Now when you do the DMA treatment, it affects the migration of nasopharyngeal HK1 cell line, and it is we have seen here that there is a word here which I would like to introduce to the students, and if the senior faculty here, I'm sorry. So there is a word here which says about the Filipodia, and the Filipodia means that these kind of say you can see structures over here. So these are the electron microscopic pictures which we have noted. The cells which are treated here, they have shown some kind of a Filipodia increased, and those are increased in the case of 4-gray, but it was not increased when we were treating with the DMA. And we have shown here that it is decreasing as compared to the 4-gray only. So this is what we were trying to show over here. And then we have done, there is another term which I would like to introduce to the student here, which is called as the spheroids. So nowadays there is a question always that if you are doing anything in plate, is it really mimicking the real thing which is happening in the human being? inside the human body? No. They say that the human body has a 3D spatial architecture, whereas when we are doing cell culture in the plate, that is the 2D culture. So now it is you can see here that there is a calcin, then it was merged, and then it was, you can see here that calcin is actually one of the staining agent. ETBR is another staining agent which stains the DNA. So there we have used different techniques to show you that what is happening to these spheroids. So I did not mention what is a spheroid. So then what people started saying that we should generate some kind of a say bunch of cells which should be grown into the 3D phase in the there. And what they did, that they have taken 1 cell, 2 cell, 4 cell, 50 cells, very few number of the cells, and they have grown that 1 cell into the whole number of cells, and that was called as spheroid and organoid. What is the use of this spheroid and organoid? The use of this organoid and spheroid is that it causes you are taking different cells from the same tumor cells. So the heterogeneity of the cells are also addressed, because you were told that tumor are heterogeneous, and when it is irradiated or chemotherapy is given, so some cells respond to it and other cells do not respond, because each cell is different from the other cell. So that is also being taken care of. And the another thing which was actually being and then what they did, so that is why spheroid was supposed to be more near to the 3D spatial architecture of the human body as compared to the 2D cell growth. And they have tried to show that when they have treated with the DMA, the cells were intact, whereas when we irradiated the spheroid, it has got completely disintegrated. So again, they try to show you that it is protecting the cells. Now I'm directly moving to the how we have generated the cancer xenograft. So we have generated a cancer xenograft from the cells. Here it is from the cells, which are the cell lines. They are not the tumor cells. And we use different mouse, their different strains. So I'm not going in these details, but we have generated it. And then we have tried to look into that how different, say how in the presence of DMA, saliva secretion was increasing or decreasing. So there is a particular kind of a, things were done. And after that, we could see that how it is affecting the different, how it has affected the saliva secretion. So when we have done it, we have found that we could see here that the saliva secretion was increased when we have chosen the DMA, when we have pre-treated the cells with the DMA. So you can see here, this blue graph, you can see that the saliva secretion was quite increased as compared to even than the control. Although later on it has come almost up to the control, but in the case of the radiation, you can see that the saliva secretion was decreased. And amifostine is a standard drug about which you were talked the day before yesterday, which is a known radioprotector. So so we were trying to show you that how radiation has actually increase the tumor volume, decrease the tumor volume. And when you have taken the DMA also along with the radiation, then it was affected or it was not affected. But I would like to tell you more over here that when we treated the DMA, then the tumor was not at all affected. So what I am trying to tell you here, that DMA is not protecting the tumor. You have to understand this one thing very clearly. Now we have done the survival studies. These things have been very clearly told to you. So I would like to tell you more about the histopathology, because these things were not mentioned to you. A lot of histopathology slides were not shown to you, but you can see here that when the radiation was given, then these kind of tumor tissue, these are called as the villi of the say intestine, and you can see that these villi are getting damaged when the radiation was given. But when you have given the DMA treatment or you have given DMA plus radiation, the damage was reduced and it was not as much as damage as it was there. So I must inform you that if somebody claims that everything is normal, that doesn't happen with any drug. So then we have done a Ki67. Ki67 is a marker. IHC means immunohistochemistry. So you have to do the, when you do any treatment, as I told you, somebody told you that in case of any cancer, you have to go back to first of all, you have to do the histopathology. Yesterday, Dr. Vikram told you that the histopathology pathologist can tell you that why certain people are responding to the certain effect and why certain people are not responding to the certain treatments. So similarly, the Ki67 is also one of the marker which tells you about the proliferations of the cells. So it is a proliferation cell marker. Ki67 is a protein. So we have done the scoring of the Ki67 by the staining. Those slides are not here because I have reduced the number of the slides. And we have done the Ki67 scoring. ISC means you have to take the Ki67 antibody and you have to stain, bind with it, and then you have to do the staining. And by that, then you have to read the Ki67 positive cells and you have to tell that what is happening. So when the radiation was given, number of Ki67 positive cells were reduced. And when the DMA treatment was given, then that was really resumed. Now, that we have done in small intestine, lungs, spleen, tumors, there are certain organs which are radiation sensitive. So we have tried to look into those radiation sensitive organs. Now, there is another thing which I would like to tell you. So we have done this, and then by the averaging, we have tried to see that what is happening here. So you can see here that in the vehicle control, the Ki67 number were there. When the radiation was given, it was reduced. When the DMA was given, it was, even in some cases, it was more than the normal one where there was no treatment was given. So this was a normal animal where no treatment was given, but here it was DMA treatment was given. So that is what they're trying to tell you, that how the DMA is trying to protect the irradiated cells. So with all these things, these are again some certain histopathological slides, and we have used here, we are trying to see the count the porin channel AQP5. Porin channels are responsible for the saliva secretions. So we have tried to look into that, and we have used a method here, again DAB, which is again DAB is again a way of staining the cells, and this is also, so when we have used DAB and tried to do the counting, we can see that compared to the irradiated cells, in the DMA plus irradiated cells, the number of porin channels were increased as compared to the. So if you look into this, these are the control cells, fine. And then if you look at the foreground, you can see that the cells are getting disintegrated, and this brown color was quite, say, less here, which was increased in the, which was, say, at the foreground it was here, then it was at the here you can see it was again increased there. But when you have used the DMA, this brown color was quite reduced. So this brown color, we have to count it there, and you can see some of the spot here also. So what we are trying to do, 10x and 40x means that we have looked it below the 10x, in microscope, and in the 40x there. So in order to show you with the clarity, these slides were included. So I'm not going into that. One thing which I wanted to tell all of you, because this is a new thing and less number of people are working in this area. So nowadays people are trying to make directly from human tissues, they are trying to develop the model. So again, there are different models can be made. We have developed patient derived xenograft, but it was from the from the oral carcinoma, so it should have been grafted in the oral area of the mice, but you can see we have grafted it on the thigh of the mice. Fine. In your picture it is coming that it is on the top, but it is actually in the thigh of the mice. But when you graft it inside the say if you graft it what you call so this is called as the patient derived xenograft, and if you graft it inside the saliva inside the oral region only, then you start calling it orthotropic model, because the tissue has been taken from the patient from certain region and it was grafted on the same region in the mice. So that is why then you call it orthotropic model. So that is more preferred area as compared to the grafting it on the other way. And when you do the patient derived xenograft generation, you have to do it at least up to 3-4 generation. Then the experimental model is there and you have to sequence it after every generation, and we call it F0, F1, F2, F3 generation. And after every generation, you have to do the exome sequencing of the tissue and see that is still this tumor is having the human specification, not the mouse specification. If it generates the mouse specification, then it is of no use to you. So this is all about the PDX generation. I cannot talk more than this, but maybe we can discuss it. So similar thing we have seen in those mice also, and we have seen the average saliva volume, and we have got very good results over there. And then we have done the Ki67, AQP5. And another thing which we saw here, and I saw that Dr. Pooja has joined it, and we did this experiment in the with Pooja Hazari, who was a speaker yesterday, a day before yesterday to you, and she is a faculty in nuclear medicine and allied sciences, and this experiment was done at her place and using the SPECT, and now you know PET, SPECT, everything, because you have been informed about that, and they are trying to tell you here that, and what is this 99M technician? So she showed you that day that you can label your molecule with such kind of a radioactive material, and then you can follow it using the camera or any kind of a machine there, because it is labeled, so you can follow it. And then we injected it in the say mice, and then we have tried to see the alternate marker, and we have used the integrin antibody, and we have used the cancer stem cell antibody, and then we have the whole experiment I cannot make you understand over here. And that, but the only thing you can understand from here, that they're trying to show you that so if you see here, what she's trying to tell you, that if the DMA was given and only radiation was given, then how much was the uptake of this particular say drug was there, and what was the how the expression of integrin and the cancer stem cell was reduced in those places where the DMA, in those animals where the DMA pre-treatment was given. So with all these things, we have tried to look into that, and again, we have done the say histopathologies of those organs, and This is, I don't know whether it is interesting to you people or not. We have done some signaling pathways because we were trying to look at how the what is DMA doing to the different how it is affecting. And because in one of our studies we have seen that it was affecting the RAS protein, so we have tried to decipher the whole mechanism of the downstream signaling pathways. And so there here we have tried to see that when I show you CRDDR, this is control, this is radiation, drug, and drug plus radiation. So what we are trying to tell you here, that when control means there was no treatment was given, but the tumor is there, radiation was given, drug was there, DMA was given, and DMA plus radiation was there. So you can see that how ERK was getting down regulated, coming to the normal, to the control level was coming to the normal, equal to the control. When similarly what is happening to the cyclin B1, which is a cell cycle protein, what is happening to the AQP5. So what we are trying to tell you here, that the AQP5 is increased from the radiation. What is happening to cleaved caspase 3? So cleaved caspase 3 is something which brings to the cells to the apoptosis. Ki67. So we are trying to show you, and GAPDH is a housekeeping gene. So whenever you do the Western blot or immunoblot, you have to see what is the level of the GAPDH or the housekeeping genes in order to see that your experiment was done correctly. So this is a kind of a control which we have used over here. So these are the few things which we have done, and I will rather not take much time, but we have been doing a lot of other projects in our lab. But what I want to tell you that in case of say, even if you are trying to do the irradiation, or you're trying to use irradiation, that there is a kind of whenever there is a kind of a irradiation is given, there may be the whole effect of irradiation. To find out the effect of the irradiation is very, very necessary. And whenever we will measure the irradiation effect, we will find that measuring the irradiation effect is quite difficult, because you have to see there may be lot many downstream signaling effects will be there, which we cannot see in one go. And there are you have been talked about the bystander effect, late effect. So there are several effects which are still the biologists are trying to understand, that how radiation really affect the different cells. So there are so many questions which are still unanswered, but maybe if we found the answer of those questions, we will pass on those questions to answers to the we will pass on those answers to the different say clinicians, and or maybe different medical physicists, or the people who are handling the radiation, and that will benefit it. So it's a kind of a totally interdisciplinary science which requires the help from each of us, everybody. So with all these things, I would like to stop sharing, but if you have any question regarding this presentation, you can ask. Otherwise, I can move to the other area, and so you can tell me if you have any question, if anybody wants to ask anything. Any full form I have missed or I did not talk about, I just made it in the short. You can ask me. So, okay, fine. If there is no question, so I can see here that there are Dr. Mishra. Hello.
Yeah, ma'am.
Is that your presentation is today or tomorrow? I have.
I think yes, today only.
Today only. So would you like to share it here?
Yeah, it's just interactive kind of session, no? So I think.
Okay, fine. So I can introduce you that I can see that here Pooja is also there, I think. She joined and she left, or?
So I think for this session, yourself, Dr. Pooja and myself are there.
But Pooja is here. I think Pooja is here. So if you want to keep it interactive, I will introduce to the people who are here that this is a...
Plus, I would share some of the...
But there is one question. Can I answer that? I didn't see it actually. So there is one question by Prachi Mishra. Dr. Rakesh emphasized upon the deleterious effects of radiation. He said many of his colleagues have died during working upon the same. Also, Ramalingam sir has suggested how carefully sir has suggested how carefully these radioactive materials should be handled. So what is the risk-benefit ratio in this area for researchers? I would like to know your perspective and guidance for us as students. So I think this can very well be answered by the Dr. R.S. Mishra and S.K. Mishra. S.K. Mishra is our radiation safety officer and he is well trained in the radiation facility and is handling the radiation facility of JNU. As such, he is placed in School of Life Sciences, which is one of the oldest school of the JNU. And I think he can first answer Prachi's question and then he can go ahead with his other things which he want to inform all of you.
See, for handling radioisotope, there is a guideline from Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, that is competent authority for dealing safety related matter in India. So for in nuclear medicine, for say for radiotherapy or research institution, wherever you handle radioactivity, so you have to follow the guidelines prescribed by the different authorities, and also you have to follow the different codes which come up from Atomic Energy Regulatory Board from time to time, and that you have to follow judiciously and religiously, and also the safety precautions. See, there is a risk involved, but they say you have to use radiation. You have to justify using radiation. So if you handle radiation with utmost precaution, so there is a risk involved. But if there is a benefit out of it, then you must handle radioactivity, but with utmost precaution. So as far as risk is involved, so if you have proper monitoring system, say if you have a proper personal monitoring system in place. So nowadays we use TLD, thermoluminescent dosimeter, for monitoring personal radiation dose. And if you are subjected to a personal monitoring system, and if you monitor it periodically, then you would come to know how much radiation dose you have received for particular time period. So as far as my experience goes, for last 30 years, and I am in JNU for last 24 years. So we have analyzed the data of radiation received from different radiation workers. So that is just minimal. It is just equal to background level. That too, I am talking when we handle gamma chamber facility, and gamma chamber has a very energetic gamma radiation of 1.2 MeV gamma energy. So you can imagine with handling with gamma radiation source, the exposure is just like a background level, and so you need not worry, because you are handling in a very microcurie quantity.
So in microcurie quantity, and that too in research institutions, normally we handle beta emitters. So beta emitters, the penetration power in any medium is very less. So you normally handle P32 or C14 or tritium. So most of the times, 90% of the times, except few occasion where you handle chromium 51. So there you need to have more, precautions. So you need not worry. So only thing, things are to be in place, and you have to follow the guidelines properly. Then I think it should be all right. So I have actually something I just wanted to share, because normally what happens, we normally talk of things like the LRA and time distance shielding, those all precautionary measures. But there are some things which normally people miss out. So I just, if you allow, I would just like to share some of the slides which highlight certain things. Can I, ma'am?
Savio, can you make Dr. R.S. Mishra, S.K. Mishra as, say, one of the co-hosts?
Yes, ma'am.
So Prachi Mishra was asking this question. I think you got the answer, but we do not use any such, we don't use such kind of machines, very high gray or something. And another thing, we always have the radiation safety, say all the process of the radiation safety are being followed. And for the lab work, we do not use such doses which are going to harm you. But anyway, we do take all the precautions there. Okay, yeah, sir.
Can I share now?
Yeah, there is a share screen, I think.
Yeah. So these are, some of the slides I thought I would share with you. So I will leave here the microcurie handling of P32, C14. I would not cover all those. I would just cover briefly the accidental radiation leakage or accidental radiation exposure. Sorry, just a minute.
So Dr. Mishra, your slide was earlier full, but now it is.
Just a minute. Actually, I had opened some other slide. Just a minute.
Okay. Savio, if there is any problem, please help. Okay.
No, it's all right. It's there. Just a second.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a second. Okay, there. So all of you are aware about this particular accident which occurred in 2010, when there was improper disposal of gamma irradiators from Delhi University, and it went to the scrap dealers of Mayapuri, and it went to the public domain. And due to this, there was severe exposure of gamma radiation to many people who were exposed to this radiation, and due to that, one person died, and there were injuries, there were radiation exposure to many persons. So many lessons were learned from this particular accident. And after that particular incident, UGC came into picture, and one committee was constituted under the able leadership of Professor G.K. Rath. And after that, in 2012, there was a guideline for all university and research institutions coming under UGC for procurement, storage, and disposal of radioactive waste and hazardous material. So this is the gamma chamber which was improperly disposed by university. So I would, that is why I would like to cover this particular aspect, because I want that this thing should not, should never be missed out by any people. So for decommissioning, So first of all, what we do or one should do is to constitute institutional write-off committee, and where you involve a radiation safety personnel, engineer, person from management, engineers, and faculty members, and all that. And then before commissioning, you need to have prior approval from competent authority. Nowadays, ELORA system is there in place, e-licensing of radiation application, where you can do everything online, unlike previous days where it used to take months to clear the files. Nowadays, you can get in in days and weeks. And one thing is very important, that under no circumstances machine shall be displaced by the institution. So one should never do, whenever you have gamma chamber or gamma cell or blood irradiator, you never fiddle with this and don't allow anyone to do such thing. And once you get approval from the competent authority, the manufacturer will come and they will remove the cobalt-60 source safely, and then it will be transported back to manufacturer as per AERB guidelines. So each step you have to take permission from Atomic Energy Regulatory Board. So this was gamma chamber cobalt-60. So like that, there are other sources also there in university system. Like you have a liquid scintillation counter where we use cesium-137 as a standard source. In gas chromatograph, we have nickel-63, though it is beta emitter, but still they emit radiation. So you have to treat as a radioactive source. So while disposing these instruments, you have to take utmost precaution and ensure that no radioactivity, no trace of radioactivity goes to public domain. So for disposing those sources, you have to identify the source. Then again, you make the write-off committee and then call service personnel from a respective company, and then take out the source and keep in your safe custody. And once the source has been removed, you have to check the instrument for any contamination. If there is any contamination, just decontaminate it, do swipe testing, and once everything is done, then get final clearance from RSO, then you can dispose this particular radio instrument. So there are other instruments like X-ray radiators nowadays becoming very common. So nowadays people are replacing these with conventional gamma source because of less radiation dose and severity. So in X-ray machines, although with the advent of newer technologies, the safety issues are not much, but still there are chances and you cannot ignore that. So this is the picture taken from which happened during the use of X-ray diffractometer. So that too, in the older days, used to be open X-ray diffraction systems. So nowadays it is not there, so need not worry about this. But it might happen if not handled properly. So there are chances of overexposure from X-ray machines. It comes from through primary beam, could be leakage through the cracks, then can be penetration from primary beam, and again secondary emission also can occur. So this is important. You have to place such kind of message right at the entrance of any irradiator facility. So for gamma irradiator, why I am focusing on gamma irradiation? Because it has got a very high strength of radioactivity. Like in even in GIAN, currently we have source strength of 2400 curie of cobalt-60. So you have to have systems in place. So periodic monitoring in the area is very important. That will ensure that there is no leakage, there is no stray radiation coming out from the machine. So you can, this is wall mounted area monitor. This has to be there in any irradiator facility, that you just set a threshold. So when the radiation level increases this particular threshold, you will get alarm, beep, and accordingly you take the corrective action. So this is how we take the label on it. So whenever there is any accidental exposure, what we do, just immediately medical attention. That is most important, because to save life is the topmost priority, and send immediately to the hospital by calling ambulance and notify head of the institution, RSO, and competent authority. This is very important. So security plan for radiation facility is very important. In fact, it is regulatory requirement wherever we have irradiator facility in university or any institution. So institution need to prepare security plan and submit to AERB. And it includes detailed security plan, which has detailed access control procedure in place, and roles and responsibility of the management staff and RSO. Then it also includes periodic maintenance and testing of equipment, and then trustworthiness of the person involved in operation is also done, so that any type of miscreants should not work in. And then emergency preparedness, emergency response plan and preparedness. This is most important, and this is again mandatory requirement. So there are scenario where such things can happen. Like I have listed 3 of them. So scenario number 1 could be damage to the GIS during installation and commissioning. So it could happen while at the time of commissioning of gamma chamber. So there are action plan listed already. So these action plans to be included in this emergency response plan. So what are the responsibilities of the manufacturer and supplier? All are listed there. So scenario number 2 could be radiation levels in excess of the baseline normal values on the GIC during routine operation. So it can also happen. So what are things you are supposed to do? Those things are already mentioned here. Then in case scenario number 3 could be fire incident, explosion, or natural disaster like earthquake, etc. at the GIC installation location. So what you are supposed to do, those things are need to be emphasized in this emergency response manual. Then could be malevolent actions by the antisocial elements leading to damage of the GIC. So nowadays, it is very important to inform your nearest police station in such cases. And nowadays, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board has been training these law and enforcement people in handling such cases. So they are also trained now. So like ours is already registered in nearest police station. So each irradiator facility has to be registered with district law enforcement agency. So in order to keep track of everything. So these are some of the things I thought to share, because I think many times we miss simple things. So over to you, ma'am. Hello.
So ma'am is coming, just 2 minutes.
Yes, I'm here.
So I have done, ma'am.
Yeah, I went for a bio break actually. So fine, and I can see here. So is there any questions from Dr. Mishra? Anybody wants to ask anything? Yeah, we have another two experts here, Dr. Pooja and Dr. Dwarkanath. If any one of you have any questions, sir, Professor Dwarkanath. Professor Dwarkanath, Pooja. I think they are muted. But Pooja has left.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. I'm here, ma'am.
Okay.
She's here.
Okay. And Dr. Dwarkanath is also here. Okay. I think he's muted and he's away from his side. So Dr. Pooja is here, and if you people have any question, any query, you think that you would like to ask few things from her, we can discuss. Otherwise, पूजा तुम्हें लगता है कि इनको कुछ बताने की जरूरत है? आपको लगता है ऐसा?
Yes, ma'am. I think I can share a few slides.
Yeah, sure. Very good. After Pooja will finish, then I will show you two experiments. One is of micronuclei, and two more videos we will show you and we will discuss about. CIS पूजा को बना दीजिए, पोस्ट बना दीजिए.
I'm not able to share my screen, ma'am.
हाँ, ये Savio जितने स्पीकर्स, चेयर्स सब होते हैं, सबको वो बना दीजिए.
Pooja, ma'am, you're the co-host.
वहाँ पे कोई और है नहीं? आज तुम अकेले हो क्या?
Everyone is here.
You are alone?
मैंने यहाँ से किया था. एक जगह पे वॉल्यूम और ऑडियो बंद करना. हाँ, वो करना भूल. लैपटॉप की आवाज ऑन कर ली क्या? अरे मेरा ना उसमें हैंग हुआ था, इसलिए मैंने यहाँ से ज्वाइन किया था.
Savio म्यूट कर लो खुद को.
अरे यार क्या हुआ?
Yes, Pooja.
Ma'am, you're able to see my slides?
Yeah, very clear, loud.
Okay. Ma'am, actually, it is what I wanted to share that when we are working in 3 dimensions on the critical path in the drug development, what are the things that we require?
पहले थोड़ा सा इसका preface देके तब शुरू करो.
Yeah, ma'am, I'm giving the preface.
Yeah, good.
So in basic research, whenever we talk about the development, radiopharmaceutical development or a drug development, so we are working definitely in 3 dimensions on the critical path, where it is basic research involved in finding out the lead molecule, finding out the target molecule, target of interest, then the prototype designing or the discovery. And a lot of battery of tests are required in the preclinical development, and of course in the clinical development before it goes for FDA filing or approval, maybe ethical approval at the institutional level, and then after that preparation for its launch and all. So we generally, when we talk about the radiopharmaceutical, so material and selection and structure activity relationship, as you have seen that in basic, this comes in the basic research, that what kind of material we are selecting, and if we are if you are selecting a particular kind of a radioisotope like alpha, beta, gamma, all of the 3 have different regulatory requirements, because today you're talking about the safety and regulatory requirements. So I thought that it would be good to share the regulatory requirement for the radioisotope. So generally we think that therapeutics, whenever we are talking about the discovery of a therapeutic entity, the procedures are definitely different. And for the radiopharmaceutical development, ICRP guidelines are there, and we need to follow that. And when we are developing this radioisotope-based pharmaceuticals, so determining the regulatory requirements for a drug that is unapproved. So the questions that comes to our mind is that, does it work? Is it safe? Does it work as well as better than X, whatever is there in the commercially available or in the market? Is it more or less toxic? And when you think this about the radiopharmaceutical, then the different requirements are there, like how safe it is. Then the biodosimetry comes into picture, depending upon the radioisotope of interest that is there, like alpha, they have a different, it has got a high linear energy transfer. So working with radioisotope, which are alpha emitters, is different. What we are using, when we are using a beta emitter, then the safety guidelines are different. And if we are doing it with a highly penetrating gamma positron emitters, then the safety guidelines are different. Whenever you are talking about the photons, that photons or the gamma emitters, even there is a difference between using a low keV gamma emitter than the high keV gamma emitter. For example, in positron, as I already taken in my previous lecture, that how it annihilates with the electron and ejects 2 photons in opposite directions. So that are also photons, but they are of the energy of 511 keV. And if you talk about gamma of 99M technetium, that is only 140 keV. So wearing a lead apron when you are using 99M technetium will protect you from the radiation burden or the radiation dose that you will be, if you are working with 99M technetium with your hands. So for a radiation worker, it's 500 millisievert on hands that you can take in a year. So, but when the same lead apron, if you talk about the same lead apron, and if you use it when you're using or you're working with the positron emitters, then it can give you the whole body dosing because of the Bremsstrahlung effect. So this is a difference between when you're talking about the different safety requirements, safety guidelines, or LARA per se, as low as reasonably achievable. So whenever you're talking about that, you need to know that what radioisotope I'm going to work, what kind of radiation it is emitting. Little bit of knowing a lot about the radioactivity, that what are the daughter nuclei, radioisotope it is going to form. That is also becomes very, very important. Sometimes emission of those like gamma photons, and when a daughter nuclide is ejected, and it becomes a beta emitter, and it is of a high energy beta emitter, then it is going to be disastrous. So we need to see the daughter nuclei also. They also should be, whatever radioisotope we are working, daughter nuclei should be stable in nature so that you can safely work with the parent radioisotope that is there. So decay is also very, very important. Knowing the decay characteristics of a particular radioisotope is also becomes very, very important. So I'll come to the, this is all for the drug safety testing, but it is not for the, when you talk about the radio safety evaluation, it becomes one more regulatory requirement is there, that is the radioisotope or the radiation guidelines. So I'll talk about that. So whenever you're developing a radiopharmaceutical, so whenever we develop, so before we get into the ethical clearance, after getting all the cytotoxicity data, availability of cytotoxicity data and all the LD50 with the native compound as well as the radiopharm, when we tag it with the radiopharmaceutical, then we do the biodosimetry. Then we calculate the safe dose for both, for the pharmacophore and also for the radioactive component, which is being tagged to that pharmacophore. The whole entity also we do the toxicity, we do the metabolite studies in the serum, in the blood, also the pharmacokinetic, pharmacodynamics. So after obtaining all this clearance data and everything, then we try to do first in human case. First in human case, if it is yes, it is if it is feasible, then we go on to the development of a human dossier where we can put the things for the human ethical clearance, institutional human ethical clearance with one. If the regulatory requirements that we are working in the radioisotope, somebody from the radiation or the AERB or maybe institutional committee radiation safety cell should be there as a part of that to give the approval on the biodosimetry of that particular element. Because sometimes what happens is whenever we develop a radiopharmaceutical, and though the in vitro in vivo becomes very, very important, but in the matter of fact, if the radioisotope is leaching out of that radiopharmaceutical and accumulating at a target or the other organ site, which is a blood pool organ, like it is going and sitting in the thyroid, or it is sitting in the stomach, or it is sitting in the spleen, then if the dosimetry level becomes higher, so we need to stop that study at once over there, because we don't want that to give the radiation burden to the patient. So in that case, this becomes very, very important, that how it is being regulated, how the pictures like come to the mind, that how it is going to be approved when we are talking about the new drug development, and how it is going to approved by the radiation radiopharmaceutical committee. So here the use of radio.
Sorry, ma'am, your screen is not full screen.
Now it is there?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So it is regulated for both pharmaceutical quality as well as radiation exposure. That's how what I said right now, that pharmaceutical, the pharmacophore also been assessed in a separate manner. And then also we get to see the radiopharmaceutical, which is attached to the pharmacophore or the pharmaceutical, that is also regulated by the, here it is like AERB also, we can get the NOC for working with the radioisotope. But we need to decide upon the biodosimetry whenever we are going for the approval. So regulation of radiopharmaceutical by the FDA. So we would say that radiopharmaceutical, are they really drugs or devices, or neither? If you see as a picture, like radiopharmaceutical as a whole construct, are they come under the category of drugs? Would anybody answer that question for me? That radiopharmaceutical, do you really consider that radiopharmaceutical are drugs? Anyone from the audience? I'd be very happy if previous lecture, if you have listened to my previous lecture, and anybody can answer that question. That do you think that radiopharmaceuticals are drugs? Maybe you can write the answer in the chat box. Yeah. So I got one answer that says in the chat box that yes, drugs, radiopharmaceuticals are drugs. Okay. So, but I'm not getting any biological response. So should I call them as drugs? I told you that we need to inject the radiopharmaceuticals. We are injecting in tracer quantities. Generally, theranostic, yes, you spoke about theranostic agent. Very right, dear. And I really spoke about the theranostic agent, which is both therapeutics and diagnostics. And also I told one more thing that the same drug entity could be, if you change the radioisotope of interest, like if you change from gamma to alpha or beta, then you can definitely do the theranostics. But theranostic, the vector molecule that we are using to deliver that radioisotope is only the pharmacophore. It is not eliciting any biological response. The biological response or the biological response is not due to the pharmacophore that we are using. It is because of the radioisotope. In the whole lectures you have read about the radiation biology effects of radiation on the cells. So that is how it is used as a therapeutic agent, as a theranostic agent. So this is still a matter of question that really if we consider these into drugs, then it has to go a normal procedure that is being followed for the drug molecules for the therapeutic application, wherein the concentration of the drug becomes very, very important, because here we are using nanomolar to picomolar range quantity of the concentration of the drug. In this, in the therapeutic agent or the molecules that we call that drugs, that we are using in milligram quantity or gram quantity, like for example, paracetamol. How much paracetamol now you take? You take around 650 milligram of optimized paracetamol, 650 milligram. So we are injecting, like one upon maybe 10 raised to power 9th times of the drug that we generally take. So really, if we are these, are they drugs or devices or neither? Devices here, I mean that whenever you talk about the radioisotope or you talk about the boron therapy or some grafting is done and then the radioisotope or the chip of the radioactive material is put into the tumor, so that will become a device or a drug. So that is also is there, that are they drugs? Radiopharmaceuticals, are they drugs, devices, or neither? So the answer lies amidst a semantic argument formed by detailed examination of the regulatory definition. If one looks carefully at the definition, both drugs and devices have the following in common. For example, intended for use in diagnosis, cure, mitigation, treatment, or prevention of disease. Then intended to affect the structure or any function of the body. However, there are some differences in the definition. For example, 201 G1A states that the term drugs means articles, whereas this is the FDA, what they say. So in which means an instrument, apparatus, implement, machine, contrivance, implant, in vitro reagent, or other similar or related article. The major difference is that drugs are called articles, whereas devices are called mechanicals, instruments, or apparatus. So now the next question is, do radiopharmaceuticals exert their primary intended purpose through chemical action within or the body? So diagnostic radiopharmaceuticals rarely elicit a detectable pharmacological response. So if I say that in a signal transduction pathway, if I am taking a GPCR antagonist or agonist for GPCR as a vector molecule, and I'm sending it there with a radioisotope, whether it will elicit, it will go into the signaling pathway? Not really. So it will bind to its target, but it will not elicit a detectable pharmacological response. It might get into the antagonistic pathway or agonistic pathway, or maybe, but it is not detectable. So radiopharmaceuticals are generally administered internally, but have no chemical or pharmacological action per se. It should be noted that some radiopharmaceuticals are localized by a passive chemical action. However, this chemical action is distinctly different from the classic drug action reaction known as the pharmacological action. For example, if you talk about the FDG, it is transported through glutathione transporters. Then when it goes inside the tumor cells, it is recognized by the glycolytic pathway, but hexokinase is not able to recognize it further, and then it gets trapped. It won't get metabolized, and it is trapped inside the tumor. So that is how you see the signal whenever using FDG molecule. It is the passive chemical action that FDA claims make it necessary for them to review radiopharmaceutical as drug. So the definition of drug in FDA is that it should elicit a pharmacological action. So in case of radiopharmaceutical, because it's not eliciting any drug action or reaction, so they claim that it is necessary for them to review radiopharmaceutical as drug because they need to see how it is obtained. So radiopharmaceuticals for therapeutic use exert their effect upon the body through their physical properties that I said, that much like a radioactive implant. So that it works like a radioactive implant, like it is used for the delivery of the radioactive material to the target site. So it is more like an implant rather than a drug, I would say, because it is taking the radioisotope, implanting there. Like, for example, if I chelate, I have a peptide and I have conjugated it to a macrocycle and I've labeled it with yttrium-90 or any beta emitter, then what that peptide or an antibody is doing, antibody is taking it to the target site, it is keeping it there and as an implant, and the radiation is emitting from that particular drug molecule, and that is much acting like an implant. So thus, as stated in 201H3, if there is no chemical action, radiopharmaceutical must be devices. So radiopharmaceutical are more accurately be called as molecular devices. They are neither a drug nor a device in a traditional sense. So how we are going to differentiate between radiopharmaceutical, because neither they are coming in the drug. As such, if you have seen my previous slide in which I have written that are localized by a passive chemical action, and it the implant, where they are called as implant. So they are neither they could be called as drug nor a device in a traditional sense. So PET radiopharmaceuticals. So how they are uniquely different from conventional radiopharmaceuticals, because they are short-lived and most are produced on site at the cyclotron facility. I've already told you about the PET radiopharmaceuticals, PET radiopharmaceutical, and contrast agents. A PET radiopharmaceutical, how it is different from the SPECT radiopharmaceutical or the metal-based radiopharmaceutical. PET also has metal-based radiopharmaceuticals, but how they're different. So generally, when we talk about the PET radiopharmaceuticals, we see as fluorine-18 labeled, carbon-11 labeled, or maybe these are the short-lived radioisotopes. Like one has 110 minutes of half-life and carbon-11 has only 20 minutes of half-life. So these two becomes uniquely different from the conventional radiopharmaceuticals. What I mean by conventional radiopharmaceuticals, when I'm using a metallic radiopharmaceuticals like technetium, 99 technetium, and labeling it with a, I have to introduce a macrocyclic chelator system or chelator system, which can bind the radiometal ion, or the complexation could be done by the help of macrocyclic or the acyclic or the cyclic agent, which I have to introduce in my pharmacophore. In this case, in PET radiopharmaceutical, I don't have to, I will not talk about, I will not say that PET radiopharmaceutical, I talk about the short-lived fluorine-18 and carbon-11 based radiopharmaceutical. and that I have to incorporate that radioactive entity inside the molecule as we do it in beta emitting radioisotope like 35S methionine, ATP P5031. So in the same manner, we have to develop PET radiopharmaceutical in which we are incorporating F18, fluorine 18 or carbon 11 in the structure itself or in the molecule itself. But we talk about the conventional or the maybe by using a bifunctional chelator, if we are using a peptide or an antibody, we are conjugating it with the through the help of a linker. Then what we are doing is we are complexing it with alpha, beta, gamma metal ions. Then that becomes a very different, because they're also the half-life is also very high. So for that matter, for metal-based and non-metal-based radiopharmaceuticals, the scenario becomes very different. So for these reasons, the FDA treats PET radiopharmaceuticals somewhat differently and attempts to standardize the techniques employed on all facilities. So radiation regulations for PET radiopharmaceuticals. So we need to have a license or registration. We should have a facility like the PET center or the cyclotron facility must be registered or licensed by the AERB for the production or use of PET. This is I'm talking about India. So regulation for radiation protection, because radiation causes damage in living systems, international and national organizations have been established to set guidelines for safe handling of radiation. Radiation safety officer, large institutions employ radiation safety officers to implement and monitor various regulations for the use of radioactive material. So it's not very easy, like whatever you're doing, if you have a cyclotron, you have to get a license to operate that cyclotron. For that particular beam, you should have all the necessary, safe handling materials to get the approval or to get the license. If you're working on the cyclotron, it becomes all the more because it is a very sophisticated system. So you need to have hot cells for labeling for the handling of the radioactive material. Because when you talk about carbon 11, everything is in gaseous form. You have to trap the radioactivity in the gaseous form. You are doing the reaction in the gaseous form. You're attaching the molecule with in the gaseous form. And after that, after the purification, then it comes in a liquid form that is suitable for injection. So the whole procedure requires a very good exhaust system. You should have a delay tanks where you can store the radioactive waste. You have the interlocking system when you're going to the cyclotron vault. Now the new guideline are also there, that is called the last man out. So there are a lot of regulatory requirements are there that you need to do before you could start producing in the cyclotron or make the radiopharmaceutical per se. Even for the radiopharmaceutical handling also, for the metallic and non-metallic, there are different guidelines and you have to see that what guidelines you should be able to do the implement those guidelines in different scenarios. So radiation safety officer has a very large or the role to play, because it is used to implement every quarterly. You need to send the report to the AERB that yes, because they are the license provider. So we need to report any kind of regularities or irregularities are there. Then they also timely quarterly or in a 6 monthly or at the time of giving the license, they check the whole facility. They ensure each and everything. They have a checklist. They they see each and everything that is in place. If there is nothing, like if there is only one thing also that is not in place, they will not provide you any license for that. So that is also very important. Personal monitoring becomes very, very important where you are handling the different type of radioisotopes. Personal is required when occupational work is likely to receive an excess of 10% of the annual dose limit from the radiation sources, and for individual entering high or very high radiation areas. So as in, because we are, working with the cyclotron. Yes, working with the cyclotron. So it is even our responsibility and whosoever is, because we need to get various radiation safety course. Then we need to, we have done several of the radiation safety course before we enter that cyclotron world. So for that also, that is required. So radiation protection regulations stipulate that radionuclides must be only used in specially designed and approved radioisotope laboratories. So it required a very systematically designed radioisotope laboratories where you have a radioisotope handling area, where you have the radioisotope decaying area, where you can do the, if you're using the radioisotope in some animals, then you should have a quarantine area. Then you have the preservation area. Then you have to have a radioactive storage area where you can store the radioactive material. So this is all are the part of the planning, and whenever you're taking the approval, that becomes a integral part of that regulatory approvals. So national regulation with regards to design and classification of radioisotope laboratories must be fulfilled. Such laboratories are normally classified according to the amount of various radionuclides to be handled at a time and the radiotoxicity grading given to each radionuclide. So formulation and production of radiopharmaceuticals. I hope I have time, or I can Dr. Vibha, are you there? Palak, are you there?
Hello.
Hello, yeah, Palak.
Ma'am, she's just come.
Okay.
Yeah. So
so
thank you. लेकिन मुझे एक बात पूछनी थी तुमसे.
नहीं, मैं बोल रही थी कि if you have some more time, like should I complete it or
हाँ तुम चलो, कोई नहीं. तुम्हें अगर ये है तो तुम, मैंने सोचा मैं कुछ पूछने जा रही थी.
नहीं मैम, you can definitely ask. Yes.
नहीं, पहले तुम इसको खत्म कर लो. कितनी देर का है ये?
नहीं मैम, you can आप क्वेश्चन पूछ लो. हो सकता है कि मेरा उसमें ही जवाब भी, तो I can just finish it off.
नहीं, मैंने उस दिन भी ये सवाल पूछा था, फिर then I didn't go ahead further. So my query was there, like I think you have handled it also. It is not directly your recent presentation which you just now gave. Like for example, when we say that we have to target a tumor, fine.
Yeah.
And is there anything where such kind of agents, I won't say theragnostic agent, whatever you say, because you say theragnostic means half is diagnostic and half is therapeutics, right? So my query is this, that one way you are adding, say, some recognition factor which goes and binds to the folate receptor. Another way you are adding an agent which binds to certain radionuclei. And then you have some linker or some molecule over there in between. So till date, do we have, say in the, like for example, in medicinal chemistry, when we try to develop any drug, there are certain rules have come by now. So there are certain definition has come that that if you want to make a molecule, there should be some drug likeliness property should be there. Fine. So similarly is that for the theragnostic agents, is there some drug likeliness? Is there some kind of a rule or guideline or some kind of a recommendation? I know rule nahi aa sakta, guideline bhi nahi ho sakta drug ke liye, but still is that something which has been now being tell by the which can be recommended by nuclear medicine experts, that if you are trying to design a molecule which is having carrying a radionuclei for the theragnostic as a theragnostic agent, should have minimum these things.
Yes, ma'am. The requisites are there, like fundamentals of designing a radiopharmaceuticals definitely are there. But when you talk about diagnostic, I didn't say that it is half diagnostics and half therapeutics. It's only in the wording.
It means I try to cut it and tell people, but yeah, you can go ahead and you can explain.
Yes, so ma'am, it's not like it's a half therapeutics and half diagnostics. It has to be therapeutics in terms of when you're talking about the radiation. So this is what today's lecture I have explained that to date we are still struggling, that is it a drug or an implant? So the vector molecule, you're rightly said that drug likeliness. So when you're targeting like GPCRs, transmembrane proteins, or any vitamin receptor or folic acid receptor, or EGFR, any growth factor receptor. So you're looking at the drug likeliness will remain the same, because we need a high affinity molecule to deliver the radioisotope at the site. It becomes a vector molecule or the carrier molecule. So we need to see that it binds to that high or the KD, if you binding constant, if you talk about the binding constant, it has to be nanomolar to picomolar range to get onto that target very specifically. That is why we call target specific delivery of the radioisotope using this vector. This specific vector, which is it can be agonist, it can be antagonist, but it is not able to elicit a biological response in a detectable form. So it cannot be detected. Like the signal transduction might be happening at the site. When we check the drug likeliness, or when we do the binding studies or the efflux studies or the transstimulation studies to evaluate that it will go to its target site, it becomes very, very important that it should behave like a drug, not in terms of getting an immune the response or the biological response or the dose response. In terms of binding, only whenever we talk about the radiopharmaceutical, it should have a high binding constant as a vector molecule or a targeting molecule. And after that, we because if you look onto the injections that we do, it's very, very low concentration. For example, in integrins also, when we label the integrin, when we injected the integrin based like 99M radiopharmaceutical to the mice, it was of the order of micrograms. So in micrograms or nanograms we are injecting, where we are not able to find the for that. I have also given the example of the optimized dose, like dose optimization we do in the therapeutic drugs. In therapeutic drugs, paracetamol was 500 milligram tablet was there, like 500 was enough. But now dolo is given, or 650 milligram of paracetamol is given. So that is increased. So that dose optimization is not required when we are talking about the radiopharmaceutical. So dose optimization or dose response, we don't require in radio when we are developing a radiopharmaceutical. We just want that it should go specifically. It goes, or the metabolites that they form, they are also not non-toxic at that level also. If we are talking in terms of microgram or the picogram level, and that also we make sure we make sure that whatever metabolites are forming, they are also non-toxic at that level. So this toxicity studies definitely we do without the radiochemical entity. And when we do the radiochemical, when we radio label it, the pharmacophore with the radioisotope, then we do the biodosimetry. We assess the biodosimetry dose in the whole body, how much it is giving at the different vital organs and as well as to the other organs. So this is what we do for when we develop a radiopharmaceuticals.
Okay, good. You were giving a very good thing. This is about radioactivity documentation at MIRC and NMAS. So you can please, you go ahead with this.
Okay.
This will be all. How many slides are there?
I mean, either he has, I think.
Actually, you have to make it. You have to make them understand it. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, please. I will ask so many questions.
Yeah, definitely.
क्योंकि मुझे ये एक problem मुझे खुद होती है because we have been. I want to ask something else. Okay, you go ahead, please.
Okay. So radioactivity documentation is very, very important. So we have various, even, our cyclotron is at ground floor and our PET camera is on the first floor. So transporting activity from the cyclotron to the first floor of our, building, it also requires a lot of documentation. First of all, like receiving log, we need to get the demand from the PET scanner. Then we get the demand from the PET scanner signed by the RSO that this much radioactivity is required and this much will be used for the patients. And this much, because this becomes very, very important when we are, giving the radioactivity for the human use. So then there is an inventory log where we need to enter one more that this much radioactivity was produced. We have started with the end of bombardment, this much activity. This much activity was labeled with the radiopharmaceutical, or we made this much of the radiopharmaceutical from the, for example, if you're using one curie of the radioactivity, and we got at the end 200 millicurie of the formed radiopharmaceutical, then we have to report that the other radioactivity, where is the other radioactivity gone? So for that also we have different inventory logs that this much activity has gone into the delayed tank, this much activity has gone for the human application. And after that, the remaining activity in the vial also we need to see after clearing the vial of the radioactivity. It does not happen that when we are emptying the vial is still radioactive. So for that matter, the vial also we keep for a certain period of time in a bunker or the hot cell, so that the radioactivity is decayed, and after that only we let it disposed of. So for that, documentation is very, very important part, because it gives you it comes into the safety regulation also, that how much radioactivity you are producing, and at the end how much radioactivity you got, like end of bombardment how much the activity was there, end of synthesis how much activity was there, after the human application or after the whatever you have prepared, how much is left out. So the left out, what we have done with the left out, that is also we need to document. So for that also we have different whatever radiopharmaceutical we are making, for that we have different logbooks or the different systems where we are registering each and every carbon-11 radioisotope. If it is there, then we have a different logbook in which we are entering all the material related to the radioisotope over there. And then what in the process of synthesizing those radioactive material, the personnel also, like we have a duty on rotation, then how much one day if I'm working, then and the second batch who is working, that also we need to have a roster, proper roster, that yes, this day this person will be there inside the cyclotron. So that is also been, the roster is also made beforehand for 1 week, that who will be there inside that, and who will be preparing the batches for the other things. So that also we need to divide the work. And at the time of like we are synthesizing something, if I'm doing the synthesis and then the distribution is done by someone else. So this is also we are distributing our duties so that I don't get the radiation from the. So though we have a very good radioactive hot cells, where the radioactivity does not come out of the radioactive hot cells, but though because we need to follow the safety protocols, we also divide our duty, that if I'm synthesizing, if I'm somebody is running the cyclotron, I'm synthesizing, and somebody will do the distribution. So this is also there, that at the 3 places we divide our work in such a way that we get the minimum radiation burden while handling the radioactive material. So experimental logs. So whatever experiment, the cold synthesis also we do, a lot of cold synthesis and hot synthesis before optimizing the molecules, that also we do. So we make the time list. We need to complete our whole synthesis in a very stipulated time, because time whenever you're working with a cyclotron radioisotope, time is a big constraint because of the short half-life. For that, we are also developing some of the very good sequence of the time list so that we can or automating the system, automating the synthesis. That is also is done by us. That after getting the semi-autonomous hot cell, so a semi-automatic hot cell, we imply that semi-automatic synthetic procedure to completely automatic synthetic procedure so that we don't have to touch any radioisotope inside the module. When the module is closed, then we are not touching any radiopharmaceutical per se. So in that case scenario, then also we also make sure that whenever we are doing the hot run, whenever we are doing the research or the experimental experimentation with our radio labeling, we are using very, very minimum amount of radioactivity, like 50 millicurie or maybe less than that. With that only we optimize our procedure, and then when we convert that into the automated system, we are not handling directly the radioactivity. Then we get a very good like it's completely safe to produce at a higher doses also, radiation doses. So checking in an isotope, whenever we are getting this isotope like 35S methionine or other radioactive isotopes, then we have to first thing that we do is make the entry in the receiving log. Whatever activity was there at the time of dispatch, and whatever why I'm saying that receiving log, whatever we get, like there is some 500 microcurie of the activity of 35S methionine was at the time it was dispatched, it was there, and after 10 days it has lived some of its life. So at that time when it reached to our center, how much radioactivity we have received, that we have to enter in the receiving log. This is also one of the safety guidelines that is provided by Aerb, that you need to enter at how much radioactivity you have got at the time of you have received the radioactive material. If it came with paper, stuff them in radionuclide receipt and batch analysis log. That is also there. If one start an inventory sheet, add the sheet to the inventory log. So for different radioisotope, you have to do again different inventory sheet you should be maintaining. So this is what we are doing for different radioisotope. If I'm getting a tritium labeled radiopharmaceutical or radio labeled molecule, then I had to start an inventory sheet for that matter. So checkbox and packing materials with a survey meter. This is also and packing material is also very, very important. I think SK Mishra is also there, so we can put light on this. Type 1, type 2 packing materials are there. Type 3 packing materials radioactive, in which we pack the radioactive material. So that is also very, very important. We have a survey meter. We have a teledetector. We show you on the surface of the how much dose is coming on the surface and how much dose is coming at 1 meter. So this is also, it becomes very, very important when you are checking in an isotope, that when we are talking about the packaging in which it has come, and you have to see how much dose is there on the surface of the radio on the package, and also at the what is the dose at the 1 meter. So this is also becomes very, very important whenever you're talking about an so experiment using radioisotope material. So if your experiments are done, if 35S methionine, if you're doing some experiment with the cell lines, and you have done this experiment with the cell line, that also has to be preserved. At the time of the radioactivity decay has taken place, only then you can discard that material. Wherever you are using that, even in the microliter, in the any form, in the nanoliter, whatever you are using, that has to be maintained, or complete log of that material with date, with isotope, with activity. It has to be there. It has to be there in your experimental log. It has to be there in your inventory log, and this has to be in everything. The whole process should be done in the presence of RSO. Like whatever your material you're using, you should inform your RSO that yes, this material is being handled at this place. We have a specialized, research laboratory that is also Aerb approved for the research applications. So that is, these are very small things, but yet very, very, very important. and if there is any kind of spillage or something, you should report your RSO immediately. And because they are the person who are the, the RSOs could help in, discarding those, clearing of that material and see that what kind of spillage has taken place. So this is what we do. And in the waste container in each lab with type RA with half-life and physical nature should be, whenever you work with the radioactivity, we have to keep, various radioisotope signs, signatures, and all that thing over there that we have worked with radioactivity, do not enter here. So we have to completely seal the system if we find that there is a lot of radioactivity work has been done. So transporting radioactive material, pack the materials and vial in a pig, in packing material in a box, swipe the vial, pig, and box as you go. Fill out the transfer of radioactive material form and the shipping documents. Make copies for us, for RSO and the recipient. So these, I know that there is a lot of paperwork, but we follow this, we do this, and then it will be taken to the RSO so they can fix the appropriate barcode. As I said that type 2, type 3 is required for different transporting of the different radioactive material. So if you're working with radioactivity, yes, be safe and properly handle that radioactive material. So this is what I want to say.
Okay. So thanks, Pooja. It's great. So I just wanted to ask both of you, Dr. Pooja, Dr. S.K. Mishra, Dr. Darkanath is also here, that say, like for example, we have been, that we use P31, P32, and then we use a lot of sulfur labeling. And so fine, we have a radioactivity room and we keep it there in the bucket, and then we keep it safe for several hours or several days, and then we try to calculate the half-life, and then we only put it in the lead box. We do all those kind of things. But is there any novel, like new containers or new kind of methods have come, like everything keeps on renewing, where the disposal can be, where one can like take those, do the disposal of cell lines and DNA and protein which were labeled. Is there any such material, any say vendor has started selling or Government of India is making available? So and sometimes when we labeled our these, so this is my first question. And second question, like we have the labeled material and we store it in the liquid nitrogen container, and we store our cell lines also there, and we store our unlabeled and labeled both there. So is that we have to have the separate liquid nitrogen container also for that?
Yes, ma'am, definitely.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Separately, ma'am.
Okay, and is there any, so the old way of because several times we are left with the radioactive activity which we buy from the bark, and we have to just keep it with us. So for a very long time, and while we are even say discarding it and doing the process, even then we think 100 times that. So is there any way of any new things have come for discarding? Any special container have started coming or something? Is there anything there?
Actually, Aerb role plays a big role in this, because RSO, like whoever is the RSO of the institute, they take care of the source disposal. We say that the source disposal.
And I tell you what happened. RSO, this is such a big university. Half the time people never inform S.K. Mishra. So I'm just, I'm telling the truth, what is there. He signs when, like he is informed, because we have the radioactivity trained faculty in every school, every center. So he signs over there, he's authorized by the Aerb. Again, he also signs for some other faculty. You have to understand it. And the last person who is working is a PhD student or a MSc student. and they are trained. They are being given train every year. SK Mishra train them. Every year he conducts an exam. They pass, they fail. Everything he does. He does all the formalities. But still, I'm asking that is there like exactly there are certain novel ways of discarding it has come, or novel containers have come? I'm just asking this.
No, just like ma'am, if it is say if it is P32, so P32 has half-life of 14 days. So as per thumb rule, like after 10 or 12 half-life, you can safely discard in if it is liquid, then in sanitary sewerage system, and if it is solid, then municipal garbage. And before discard, one has to of course monitor so that it's any trace of radioactivity do not go to public domain. And if it is say C14 or tritium, so for tritium and C14, so one thing is very important, like in JNU we have different radioisotope facility. Each like biotechnology has its own radioisotope facility, life science has got its own, molecular medicine has got its own. So all the radioactive work, number one, has to be carried out in designated radioisotope facility. So this is number one. And number two, with regard to disposal, so there are very simple guideline in place, like radioactive safe disposal rule 1987. We all follow that, and it is available on net also, and I'm there all the time, so they can ask me and I can guide. And for, like I was telling, like for C14 and tritium, which are very long-lived radioactive elements, so for those things, and we know that we are using in very less quantity, few microcurie. So there are limits, daily limits already prescribed in this guideline. So by following that, we can dispose these C14 tritium liquid waste through sewerage system. But through sewerage system, when I say, only in radioisotope lab, not from any other lab, because from any other lab, disposal is illegal and that cannot be permitted.
Oh. Okay.
Actually, Aerb approves research facility also. They give the license, or that in this area only, this particular area, you can handle the radioactive material. So that has to be there within the institute, that only radioactive material will be handled at the research approved site by Aerb. So this is also there, that we should follow that.
Okay. So very nice, both of you have given so much of time. So Dr. Dwarkanath, is that anything which was not covered in the morning you would like to mention something? You are muted, sir.
Yeah, you mean in Rakesh's lecture?
Yeah.
But I think probably he covered from his own perspective. Yeah. I think it's okay. Probably now, maybe not, because I also joined his lecture maybe after some minutes that he started, maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes. I do not know whether he covered all the donor recipient assay.
No, he wrote me as such that he will not be, but he wrote me only 10 minutes before he's starting his thing, that a few things he said that he cannot cover, that is transplantable solid tumor system is in experimental animals. Few things he said that no, he said that good morning ma'am covered these topics. The other topics are too mathematical. So he covered these topics, tumor, but I don't think he covered the TCD 50. But yesterday you talked about the TCD 50. Dilution assay and all he covered.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Doesn't matter. If any student wants to know more, we can always entertain.
Lung colony assay, in vivo in vitro assay, these he has covered.
Right.
Apoptosis in tumors he has covered.
Yeah.
So actually, what I told him that you keep it. No, I thought maybe anything specifically, if you think that you want to, we should discuss, then we can discuss. Otherwise, I'll just do some of the practical.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay with whatever is going on. Good to see you, Pooja. And
good to see you, sir. I wanted to hear some more things from you, good things that we can learn.
No,
so if you could.
No, you people are doing excellent. We were trying to doing good, but you people are all doing very excellent work.
Sir, there is always a scope of means learning, and it is very we are very fortunate that you are here with us today. And in this whole session, but
I was actually hearing both you and Dr. Mishra's discussion. Very useful. I'm sure the participants would have benefited from the discussions.
Yes, sir. Sir, if you could put some light on, like, there's always a question in the radio that we still need to answer, that it is really a drug or an implant, or because therapeutics or theranostic, whatever I have explained to them, like this sequential theranostics and simultaneous theranostics. So these are like what I have understood, that terminology I have given that.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you can put some light on that, that really, if we can, because it is at the molecular level, yeah, some signal transduction will be happening with that drug, but it is not detectable pharmacologically. But still that be called as a drug, or for me it is called as a vector molecule. But yes, for it used to come in radiopharmaceutical, used to come in drugs and cosmetics. But now they are thinking to make a that into a drugs category. So it really have to be in the drug category, because it will be very important, very, very difficult to get those regulatory approvals when it goes into the drug category.
Right.
So it will be very disastrous for us, because we'll not be, now we do the first in man studies. So if it will come in the drugs category, then it will be very difficult for us to get the regulatory approval, because it involves a radioactive entity. So I wanted to know your view on that it should really be considered into drug or not.
Some of this somewhat policy related opinions and viewpoints, probably it's not a great idea to discuss in this forum. But for having said that, you see from a different perspective, you're talking about radionuclides, especially radiopharmaceutical, not only radionuclide. Now, if the pharmaceutical per se did not interact with the biological system, it only functioned as a carrier of radionuclide, facilitating reporting, then you would expect no interaction with the radiopharmaceutical of the biological system. But that's not the case. Whenever you use certain vectors, which actually typically you say a vector which carries the radionuclide, in order to direct it, you will exploit a biological entity in the target, okay? And therefore you will develop a vector which goes and binds or interacts and also carries a radionuclide, either for reporting or for treating. If it is radioimmunotherapy probe, then it would deposit radiation in and around. And if it is reporting molecule, it will help you in diagnostics. But the vector which carried it, if it does interact with the biological system, if you accept yes, it does, keep that one side. Now, what do drugs do? They don't carry, fine, they carry it down. What do drugs do? Drugs interact with the biological system. A target or many targets, Many drugs now may have polypharmacological effect, mono or whatever. So from now you put a drug interacts with the biological system, elicits a physiological response. Your radiopharmaceutical interacts with the biological system, does more than one thing, helps you in visualizing that through, as you said, therapy, therefore point, the diagnostic point of theranostics, and also can be used for depositing damage-causing radiation locally. So it's a therapeutic component. Now, but if you remove the radionuclide, if the vector which carried it still interacts with the biological system, similar to the drug, may not be to the same extent, doesn't really matter. Then why do we a priori think these radiopharmaceuticals should be treated differently insofar as their usage is concerned as against a drug? That is a question. If you're only using injectable radionuclide, as Dr. Mishra said, you're only concerned with physical half-lives, nothing else. And then you hold and release, whatever. So it becomes a little difficult. I do agree with you that it's a little more challenging and tough scenario for you to start using, because the regulatory procedure to introduce anything would be long drawn, number one, and then it compromises, probably it has an impact on the enthusiasm of people who get involved in doing this work. It may so happen 100 people are very actively working on developing radiopharmaceuticals in the present scenario, but if the new rules and regulations come into effect, then some people may put, well, I don't want to, because I do not know when it will see the light of the day. Some people may quit. That's probably inevitable, I would say. It's inevitable. But if we all accept, but 20 years down the line, if everybody who will start their career will understand, of course, this is a drug, so I better follow, then this dichotomy or this confusion would not be there in people in days to come. You belong to an era where you use radiopharmaceutical without too much of a regulatory impediments. But 20 years down the line, 30 years down the line, people will use in the way it had to be used. So I would tend to think this is a part of evolution.
Yeah, very nice. We have to see like that only. So
and
that's really nice.
I'm very sure, and I totally agree with you. I've deliberately not directly answered. I just beaten around the bush and hoping that it conveyed something that it was hidden in my discussion. Yeah.
At least, sir, we will now try to accept the fact that it will come into drugs.
Okay, so thank you very much. And I don't think there are any queries here. So if anybody wants to ask, this is the last time I'm asking. Otherwise, I'll just display 2 videos over here. And that is some of the students are doing practicals.
Okay.
So in between, I went to there twice. So they are doing some practicals. So now they have gone to X-ray Irradiator.
Okay.
So
I saw a program listed for tomorrow as interpretation of some assays that you would have probably exposed them to, clonogenic assay and so on and so forth, calculation.
Yeah, so I was just thinking, sir, that if you can
what happens is tomorrow I'm moving around from place to place, but I'll try and manage around the time that you would probably be engaged in the discussion regarding these calculations and interpretations. I will join with my handset, that is a mobile, and see if I can still do that. I'll try to join.
Yeah, I will see how much we can do today.
Maybe I will also carry my laptop wherever I go, see if I can manage to do that.
Yeah, it's only in afternoon, and we will see how much we will be able to draw, because what we have done that we have made certain graphs from our own plate.
That's okay.
We have created some plates already. We had plates. So we are trying to then, because they will see to it, then we will try to do it, put it in front of them. And that you have seen those plates, and now we are putting it here. And even for online participants also, I don't know how much I'll be successful, but I'll try for that.
No, but at least if you expose them to this, and people who are genuinely interested will come back to you, spend more time, and then learn. It's okay. I think it's fine.
So that is what is there. And these we have tried to make some small videos for these. So 2 of them I have already displayed. Today it is Palak whose video I'm going to put over there. And that is, so you people have seen growth kinetics and micronuclei, 2 you have seen. So today we are trying to do the clonogenic assay. And there are we try to make it, because we cannot make very long videos because it is not easy to make it. So you'll find that it has been cut at several places. Some background noise, we have tried to edit it, we paid for it, but it may not be the best thing. But at least it will convey you that what it is. And these are all we will try to discuss with you tomorrow with the graphs and everything. So we have the presentation for that, interpretation of the data also tomorrow. So we have made the PowerPoint presentation. But this is the video which I am going to display with all of you. So it will be around 27 minutes video, which we have prepared. And there may be certain thing which is not explainable or not clearly spoken, but that doesn't mean that. So you can always, the participants can always ask about it and ask the questions also from us. So just give me a few minutes, I'll share with you. So Dr. Pooja and Dr. Mishra, if you want, you are doing anything else, you can move, or if you want to be with us, it will be great. So in both way, it is there. I'm just saying because you may be quite busy. Today's 30th March.
No issues, ma'am.
Everybody is there. So, but yeah, so I will now share the screen, and thank you very much to be with us, and try to be there with us tomorrow also. So thank you.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you.
And Pooja, if you are here, be here. Can you see the slide? Yeah, video. Hello. Palak, is that video seen? Savio?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So I can start it now, no?
Yes, ma'am.
The video is still not moving.
No, I didn't start it. Now I'm starting. Okay.
So in this, we feed 0.5 million of cells. Since I've already seeded the cells, so I'll take out the plates from the CO2 incubator and I'll proceed towards my treatment. So I have 4 treatment groups. First is control, which has no treatment. Second is the cells when they are given the irradiation of 4 grades. Third is the treatment of the drug, which for which I need to see whether it's a radioprotector or a radiosensitizer. And third is the treatment of the drug along with the radiation, so that I can see when the drug in combination with the radiation, what is happening to the like the colony forming ability of these cells. So as you can see, these are the 4 petri dishes for my 4 conditions. One is for the control, for which we are giving no treatment. Second is the drug, in which I have given the drug treatment 2 hours prior to the radiation. This is the 4DR, which is the 4th day radiation along with the drug treatment, and the 4th is my 4th day. Now we'll proceed to give the radiation to my 4DR and the 4-way irradiation plates. So as you can see, I have seeded 0.5 million cells for each condition. So the first one is for the control, in which I'll give the no treatment. Then second one is my drug-treated cell. Third one is the drug-treated cells along with the irradiation, the 4-way irradiation. And the fourth one is the only, in which the only radiation will be provided. Now, we'll paraffin the Petri dishes for the 4-way irradiation and the drug with irradiation, and we will proceed to the X-ray irradiation facility, which is at the AIRS. So in continuation with the seeding of the cells, now we are going to irradiate the Petri plates seeded with the 0.5 million of cells. So one is for the 4-gray and another one is the 4-gray along with the drug treatment. So now, before putting my plate inside the X-ray irradiator, I'm going to choose the required program which is needed for, which is going to be used for the irradiation of my cells. So I will go to the recall program. And I'll use the second program as the filter which is required for the irradiating the cells is the filter 1, and the dose which is required is a variable dose. So now I'm going to select the program number 2nd and I'll do continue. Now keep my cells inside the X-ray irradiator. So this is the platform on which we keep the cells to be irradiated. I'll keep my cells over it, and the distance between my radiation source and the cells is of 50. So as you can see, the scale is showing here 50 SSD, and this is the adjustable polymeter, as in I can adjust this radiation source according to my required field area. So now I will close it. Since the radiation dose that is required for irradiating my cells is 4-gray, so I'll feed in the dose over here. Since the unit for the irradiation is centigrade, so here we'll feed the 400 centigrade, which is equivalent to 4-gray. Now I'll do continue. After continuing, I'll do the X-ray start. And as you can see, the light will blink on when the X-ray irradiation started, and you can see the screen on which it will show the cells are being irradiated. And this will go on till the total dose has reached 400 centigrade. And the below is showing you the dose rate at what centigrade per minute this radiation source is emitting the radiation. So now the radiation is complete. As you can see, the total dose that is achieved is 400 centigrade. So now so the X-ray radiator, as you can see, the light is off. So this means that the X-ray radiator source is now, it is not emitting any X-ray radiation. So now we will remove the plates from the inside. So we will remove these plates and we will proceed further for the seeding of these cells for the fluorogenicity assay. So after giving the radiation treatment along with the drug, now we will discard the media from each plate and we will treat these cells further to see what effect the treatment has on the colony forming ability. So first we will discard the media. some time for the cells to get detached. Meanwhile, I can prepare for the cell counting. So these are the countless cell counting chamber slides. So I use these slides for counting. So this is used for the automated cell counting. So in this I have two chambers like A and B. So in this I load my cells diluted in the trypan blue and I insert the slide in the reader, the cell counter reader, and I come to know that how many cells are there in the per ml culture. So now after some time, now we will take out the plates to which we have added the trypsin and we'll see whether those cells are trypsinized or not. I will check whether those cells are not trypsinized. So as you can see that if I put trypsin towards the side of the plate, the cells are detaching. So I will remove the trypsin from all the plates. The another way is to look under the microscope to see whether the cells have changed their morphology or not. Because when the cells get detached, their morphology gets changed, they become round in shape. So that is also an indication whether the cells are trypsinized or not. So after removing the trypsin, I'll add the media to these plates because media neutralizes the effect of the trypsin. Because media has serum, which is the fecal bovine serum, so it neutralizes the effect of the trypsin. So after adding media, the trypsin won't be able to perform its action. So after adding the trypsin, after adding the media, I'll mix the cells that have been detached after adding the trypsin with the help of the media. So since I've already labeled the clues, as you can see, for control, drug, 4-way, and drug plus radiation. So I add these cells to their respective label clues. So the first is control. So I have mixed the cell with the help of the pipette. Now I'll put the cells in that label clue. Now the second is for the 4-way. Again I'll mix the cell. Since this is a very lengthy experiment, so everything should be labeled before, so in order to avoid any confusion. So for the drug plus radiation also, I'll mix the cell with the help of the pipette and I'll dispense the cell in its respective label group. After this, we centrifuge the cells. Centrifuge using the spin wheel. Using the spin wheel, we centrifuge the cell. discarding the media, we'll add 1 mm PBS to all the tubes in order to provide washing of the cells. Now we mix the cells. We mix the cells now with the help of the pipette. This should be done very gently because any pressure towards the pellet, any pressure that is being exerted over the pellet can lead to the cell death. So it should be done very gently, not over the pellet, towards the side of the tube it should be. Now after mixing, I'll take 20 microliters from each of the tubes and put it in their respective labeled tube which contains the Titan blue so that I can proceed to further counting of the cells. Now from the drug plus radiation, I'll take 20 microliters and I'll mix it with the 80 microliter Titan blue. So this will be repeated for every other treatment group. Now I put the tube with the cell dissolved in PBS for the centrifugation for 3 minutes again, and meanwhile that time I'll count the cells so that I can proceed with the PBS. So meanwhile the centrifugation is on, we'll do the counting of the cells. So I told you about the counting chamber slide. So now with the help of the pipette, I will mix the Titan blue and the cell dilution made in 20:80 ratio. Now I'll mix it and I'll take 10 microliters of it and I'll put it over the slide. As you can see, I'll put it over the slide. I'll discard rest of it and then I will count it on the counting chamber. As you can see, this is the nitrogen automated cell counting chamber. So since my cells are in the B chamber, so I insert the slide in such a way that the B is towards the inner portion of this automated chamber. Now I will press it. Now after this, after inserting the slide, I'll do zoom. Now after doing the zoom, I'll see whether my cells are focused or not. So I'll see. So now as you can see, my cells are focused properly. I'll check for the other chambers as well. As you can see in other chambers as well, the cells are focused properly. Now I will do zoom out. And then I'll go for the count cells. So this will take few seconds as now you will see how the number will appear. This usually tells me about the viability. This in vitro gen automated cell counter tells us about the viability of the cell, number of live cells and number of dead cells. So this is counting. see after few seconds. So the total number of count is 5.7 into 10 to the power 5 cells, and we see that and live cells are 5.7 into 10 to the power 5 cells, and the viability is 100%. Now we have counted the cells and the centrifugation is also over. So now, as you can see, the pellet was achieved after previous wash, and we have also counted the cells. So now we see the cells for further. Now, as you can see, I've already labeled the 6 cell plate for 3. So, I'm going to see 300 cells and 600 cells for each condition. So now I'm going to remove PVS from each of the tubes. And I'll dissolve it in 1 ml media. And since I've counted the cells, so now I know that for which condition how much volume is needed to be used to see 300 and 600 cells. Now I'll add 1 ml media to each of the tubes. Adding 1 ml media. I'll mix the cells. For each of the conditions. I've already calculated that how much volume of cells will go for 300 and 600. So first I'll add the media to the plate. I'll add 2 ml media to each. After adding the media, I'll add the required volume of the cell. I'll change it to be my volume, which is around 52 microliters for 300 and 104 cells for 600. So I'll put the cells. In the CO2 incubator. This will be incubated for 9 to 14 days till the colonies are being formed, and this will be repeated. This will be done again for the rest of the condition. So since this experiment is for 9 to 14 days. 14 days, we tend to likely see the result like this, in which we'll see that blue represents one colony, and we'll manually count these colonies, and we'll calculate the two endpoints of this assay. First is the plating efficiency, and second is the survival fraction, on which we decide whether our drug and radiation is affecting the growth of these cells and its ability to form the colony.
So any other question by any of the participants, or otherwise we will finish this session today. Do you people have any question? Any query? So today we are closing the session for today, and we will resume the session tomorrow morning on the same time. Tomorrow is the last date, and I would like to tell all the participants that we will send you a feedback form, and you have to fill it up and send it to us by tomorrow. And it is necessary to be, you have to send me back, and it is necessary for everybody to share that form so with us. And I would like to thank all the, say, Dr. Pooja Hajari, Dr. S.K. Mishra, Dr. Dwarkanath, for being with us all the time. And it was really nice to have all the three of them, because then it was easier for me to run the session and to have the discussion. And tomorrow, I think that will be our last journey. So all of you, we will reach to a certain phase, and I'm sure you people may have learned something out of that. And be with us tomorrow also, and but try to send the feedback form to all to us, and it is necessary for us. And thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Bye bye. Savio?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so now, yeah. Dr. Arun Chakravarti, you are writing about the feedback form. Somebody's writing something here. Which comment have we?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Aruna is writing some feedback form.
Yeah, so that feedback form, I will send it to by email to all the participants, registered participants. So we will send, otherwise I don't have the email of everybody. We have the email through your registration only, and we will be sending it to you by the there. Dr. Aruna, you want to say something?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you are registered with us, no?
Okay, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, so you will also get it, and try. We need it by tomorrow itself. So I'll be sending it. It's a small form. And thank you. Thanks a lot for all the things. And let us see tomorrow.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye.